Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our annual international conference on nuclear energy, hosted by us at Energiforsk. My name is Marcus Råke. I am the CEO of Energiforsk, and I will be moderating this afternoon. We have, as usual, a fantastic lineup of speakers, and I very much look forward to hearing the presentations. And also, of course, hearing your questions. All of you sitting out there, we have, I think, a record attendance this year. That's one of the few advantages of this pandemic, that we took to see a lot of new people attending our conferences and seminars like this one. So please take the chance. If you are following this over Zoom, use the Q&A function. If you're following it over YouTube, you can either send an email to my colleague Monica Odsten. I think you have the address provided in the sign-up email that you received. And we will do our best to address the questions as they come in. Before we start the program, and I hand over the floor to our first speaker, just a couple of words about Energiforsk, Swedish Energy Research Center in English. We are a non-profit, and we initiate, manage, and mobilize resources for energy research in wide sense. So we work with all technologies that can make a positive contribution to the energy transition, including nuclear. So we, in the nuclear field, we work with safety and support and issues that are related to maintaining and ensuring the cost-efficient and safe managing and operation of the current fleet of reactors. We also do a lot of forward-looking scenario work at Energiforsk, looking at the role that different technologies can play in the future energy system. And as I'm sure most of you are aware, of course, the future role of the existing nuclear fleet and the existing nuclear technologies that we already have in place are uncertain. That the future looks uncertain, and depending on who you ask, you get different opinions on the costs and the performance of those technologies. We will leave that discussion for another day. Today, the focus of our attention is on a group of technologies that are emerging and that holds a lot of promise, called small modular reactors. And I stress the fact that this is a group of technologies that are characterized by mainly two things. First of all, they're much smaller than currently used nuclear reactors, typically below 300 megawatt installed capacity. That's a fraction of the usual upwards of 1,000 megawatt that are typically installed today. And many of these technologies are actually much smaller than 300 megawatt. We'll hear more about that today. So that's the first feature, they're smaller. Second feature is that they are modular in the sense that they can be prefabricated in a factory and deployed in a different way than the current large-scale reactors that we have in place. Some of these technologies use a similar setup as the current fleet of Generation 3, that typically referred to as Generation 3 technologies. So, and they're very close to deployment, and some are more advanced, characterized by features that are typically associated with Generation 4. So we shouldn't confuse the sort of small modular SMR concept with the Generation 3 versus Generation 4, which is often the case, I've noticed. And I'm sure we're going to hear much more about that during the course of the day. So without further ado, I would like to leave the virtual floor to one of the most experienced and knowledgeable people on the Swedish energy scene. He's a senior vice president of generation at Vattenfall, Mr. Torbjörn Wahlborg. I think and I hope that we have you on the line. Do we have Torbjörn with us?
In 2 seconds. Let's see.
No. There we go. I can see you now. Can you hear us, Torbjörn?
I hear you, and I heard you all the time.
We can hear you as well.
Great. Okay, so thank you very much, Marcus, for that nice introduction. And it's, of course, an honor for me to have an opening speech here in this conference. Let's move over to the first slide I have. I don't know if you can see my slides.
Coming up soon, yeah? I think they should be just on the way.
Okay, great. Well, let me start anyway. I think it's quite fascinating now to see how nations, regions are more or less competing about having more and more ambitious climate targets. And it seems also like the pandemic has even increased these ambitions. And I think also what we see and what we can recognize is that electrification is and will be a key abatement option in this struggle to reach climate neutrality. And this will, of course, drive demand for fossil-free electricity and also heat. We tend to, maybe especially in the Nordics, forget about the heat sector, which is even bigger than the electricity sector in many, many countries. It will also put a stress on grid capacity. So it's not enough just to deliver the production that is necessary. We also need to think about the grid capacities. Well, what will this lead to then? In Sweden today, we have an annual consumption on roughly 140 terawatt hours. And we are now, and not only in Sweden, but I would say in most countries, we are now updating our demand forecasts, and we are doing it more or less on a weekly basis. We talk about 200 terawatt hours, we talk about 250 terawatt hours, and just a couple of days ago, I read someone saying that, well, we better get prepared for an electricity demand 5 times higher than what we have in Sweden today, and that should be done already in 2050. I'm convinced that in order to cope with this demand increase, doesn't matter if it's 250 or 500, or maybe even more, we will need all the different fossil-free production sources that we can get. So we will need hydro, we will need nuclear, and we will need wind. Vattenfall has a very clear vision, and that is to make it possible for the next generation to live a fossil-free life. Yeah, let's move over to the next slide. Quite fascinating. 1 or 2 years ago, I would say hardly anyone knew what an SMR was. Nowadays, everyone is talking about SMRs. And why is that? Well, we see many advantages with small modular reactors. One is, of course, that it fits together with the renewables. It makes it possible to find new locations. Also, the size and the fact that they are modular makes it easier to find new locations for these. Low carbon footprint, it goes without saying, flexible, standardized, scalable, compatible. And the heat production, it delivers heat on different temperature levels. And here, of course, we are also talking about different small modular reactors and even advanced modular reactors. And then we see that these reactors can deliver not only electricity, but heat, power to gas, power to heat, hydrogen, district heating, and to some extent also participate in shifting the peaks. So this is a very interesting technology, and just for your information, we have made a decision in Vattenfall to follow this technology very carefully and to build competence within this area. I'm quite sure that we will in the future see new nuclear technology being deployed in Sweden, and small modular reactors is a viable option and very promising one. Of course, there are still a lot of things that these small modular reactors will have to prove. And maybe the most important is to prove that they will be competitive in the future energy landscape, which means that it has to be relatively, compared to conventional reactors of today, relatively cheaper to build and construct. So with that, I hope that we will have now 2 interesting days learning much more about small modular reactors. And as I said, Vattenfall will be a very active player in this field in the years to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Torbjörn. Just a question. Can you elaborate a little bit? How do you foresee your engagement in this technology? Do you have any concrete plans for investment or R&D activities or partnerships so that you can share with us?
Absolutely, Marcus. And well, one thing that we are doing, and that's very concrete, is that we have an agreement with the Fermi project. It's an Estonian project looking into the possibilities of building 1 or several small modular reactors in Estonia. Vattenfall, together with Fortum and Tractebel, are involved in that project, and we are looking into different parts of that project. It's still, of course, in an early stage, but it looks quite promising, I would say. We learn a lot in that project, which is one of the reasons why we are in there. But we should also not forget that this, if successful, would turn out to be one of the most environmental friendly projects in Europe. You know that Estonia is burning today a lot of oil, shale oil. And that is, of course, not good at all, emitting a lot of CO2 and sulfur dioxides. But we are also looking into other countries, and yeah, hopefully Poland will go for nuclear, and they are looking at SMRs. We have a lot of competence in Vattenfall that we, to some extent, could at least make available for projects also in Poland. So you mentioned quite a few of the characteristics and the potential advantages that you see with SMRs. Do you think that can you already see that one is more important than the others? So, for example, is it mainly the cost reductions that you are looking for, or is it the wider range of potential applications for nuclear that comes with a smaller scale? Well, I would say it's probably both. I mean, the economy is important, and especially these, as you mentioned yourself, these Generation 3 SMRs. I mean, they have to be cost competitive with at least the bigger ones. But then, of course, in a later stage, I also see these advanced modular reactors to play an important role in the production of hydrogen. I mean, like I said, with SMRs, 1 or 2 years ago, no one knew what SMR was. And 1 or 2 years ago, no one talked about hydrogen. Today, everyone is talking about hydrogen. And I think that advanced small modular reactors could play a very important role in the production of hydrogen. Yeah, you're certainly right that the landscape for these technologies, be they nuclear or others, is changing almost by the week, it seems, these days. So, well, thank you very much, Torbjörn, and thanks for being with us. We're going to follow, of course, your activities in this field very closely, hear from Energiforsk and others, I'm sure. And good luck with your plans. Thank you very much, Marcus. So with that, we're going to turn our eyes towards the east, at least from where I'm sitting, to China. I am super proud and very happy to have with us Mr. Lei Zhenguang, who's the Chief Engineer at the China National Nuclear Corporation. Do we have you with us, Mr. Lei Zhenguang?
Yes, yes.
Very good, very welcome to you. I know that you recently...
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Okay,
very
the floor is yours.
Very happy to have the chance to deliver on opening keynote talking about the development of China, of SMR in China. There is increasing interest in small modular reactors and their applications. Many SMRs are envisioned for niche electricity or energy market where large reactors will not be viable. SMRs could fulfill the need of replacing small coal power plants in North China. Small coal power plants produces 80 gigawatts electricity, most of which are aged and a major source of pollution. Phasing out of small coal power plant lower than 2 megawatt electricity is an important strategy of energy structure transition of China. SMRs could provide power for small-sized electricity grid. In the energy market of developing countries, small or medium-scale reactors are drawing more attention due to the limited power demand and requirement for net stability. Small plants can avoid the embarrassment of frequent low power operation of large reactor deployed in a small size electricity grid. SMRs could be used for regional heat supply. There are 140 cities of northern China are using centralized heating in winter. These cities cover almost half of the land area in China, and the population there is more than 700 million. In China, the industrial heat demand is around 1 billion tons of steam, equivalent to 120 gigawatt heat supply, taking 10% of total emission of greenhouse gases. In North China, heat is supplied for 4 to 6 months per year, with a power demand of around several hundreds of gigawatts, or 15% of total energy consumption. SMRs could be used as floating power plant, providing stable electricity for ocean resources development and island energy supply. SMRs could be used for seawater desalination. 90% of Chinese coastal cities are in lack of fresh water. Seawater desalination can be stable water source, which is free from seasonal climate change. The development of SMR in China. SMRs R&D have been carried out since 1980s in China. Most SMRs are of pressurized water reactor type and integral design. Heavy metal SMRs are still in very early stage. Integral SMR of PWR type is state of the art, and its deployment has been started. Multifunctional application is of great interest. A comprehensive design for power production, heat supply, seawater desalination, etc., among a variety of design. CNNC focuses on 3 main models of such as ACP 100, DHR, and HTR-PM. The ACP 100 is based on 50 years experience on small reactors and 30 years experience on power reactors. The preliminary design was completed in 2015. The ACP 100 is based on existing PWR technology. A series of experiments were conducted on key components and systems. Mock-up of key equipment were tested. This is the specifications of ACP100. The ACP100 adopts a one reactor, one turbine design. The integral design eliminates the possibility of large break loss of coolant. The passive safety design makes it safer than Generation 4 standard, Generation 3 standard. The ACP100 reactor design has passed the generic reactor safety review of the IAEN on April 22nd, 2016. CNNC announced the start of the Linglong, which is ACP100, one demonstration project on July 18, 2019 in southern China, Hainan province. National Nuclear Safety Administration approved the preliminary safety analysis report on June 23rd, 2020. The first concrete of the demonstration power plant is expected to be poured in 2021. This is a picture from the SMR site on June 30th, 2020. The DHR is a pool-type district heating reactor with a thermal power of 400 megawatt, formally released in Beijing on November 28th, 2017, which is having, just as I told you, we are talking a small reactor should be less than 300 million megawatt, but this 400 megawatt is thermal. The DHR is developed on the basis of the light water swimming pool reactor. CIAE's 49-2 reactor served as a demonstration reactor of the DHR 400 program. This is a specification of DHR 400. DHR 400 is a multi-purpose application reactor for district heating, seawater desalination, and radioisotope production. It is capable of heating a construction area of up to about 20 million square meters, equivalent to 200,000 three-bedroom houses. According to these calculations, a single DHR 400 can supply heating for nearly 500,000 citizens, roughly the average population of a Chinese county. DHR operates in low temperature and normal pressure without the need of offsite emergency, and is featured with zero emission, zero co-metting, easy decommissioning, and low investment requirement. It is advantageous in economic efficiency, price of heat supply, far superior to gas-based heating, and comparable to heating by coal-based cogeneration of heat and power. CNNC initiated the demonstration program based on the 29-2 reactor in April 2017 and achieved effective heating supply for 3 office buildings on 20th November 2017. This is the first step of the CNNC's 3-step strategy of heating supply using pool-type low-temperature reactor. The second step is establishing a demonstration project. The third step is commercial application. CNNC officially submitted the project proposal to NEA on July 6, 2020. The demonstration project is planning to be built in Liaoyuan, Jilin province. HTRPM is based on the success of HTR10, inherit the characteristics of inherent safety and modular design. It's the world's first commercial demonstration of high temperature gas-cooled reactor, which is considered one of the generation 4 reactor and has 2 modules with a total capacity of 210 megawatt electricity. HTR-PM has inherent safety features due to lower power density, good coated particle field performance, large negative temperature coefficient, large temperature margin, and other balanced system design. The decay heat can be passively removed from the core under any designed accident conditions by natural mechanism. This eliminates the possibility of core melt and large release of radioactivities into the environment. The first concrete of demonstration project was put on December 9th, 2012 in Rongcheng, Shandong province. Up to now, the cold function test of the 2 modules was completed. The hot function test is just started 30th December 2020, and it is expected to reach criticality in 2021 and to be put into commercial operation stage in 2022. Advanced SMR is playing an increasingly important role in the nuclear energy development of China. R&D of advanced SMR, such as water-cooled SMR, high-temperature gas-cooled SMR, molten salt SMR, has been carried out by many universities and research institutes in China. The key driving forces of SMR development are fulfilling the need for flexibility, flexible power generation for a wider range of users and applications, replacing aging fossil-fired units, enhancing safety performance, and offering better economic affordability. However, the development of SMR is still facing many challenges. More work should be taken in many aspects, including but not limited to establishing regulations, design standards, and supervision systems for SMR, obtaining public acceptance of SMR, implementation of passive safety, improving economic competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zheng Guang. I have a few questions, and I think also we have some from the audience in a minute.
Welcome.
My first question is, you talked about heat generation and district heating and other applications than, I guess, traditionally we use electricity for. So do you see that the application for SMR is different compared to, say, traditional coal plants that produce electricity, or are they overlapping?
他是说的是就是
heat transfer 就是关于那个产热的和传统的功能，它的
For SMRs, for electricity to replace the coal power plants, small coal plants, it is still we have a lot of work have to be done because the site. And for heating system in northern China is, you see, in China, our government has decided to control the greenhouse emission. The peak will be controlled to 2030, and the neutralization or the carbon balance will be to 2060. So to control the greenhouse emission, more nuclear, more renewable other power type will be supplied, will have to be supplied. So for supplying heating, centralized heating in northern China, I think it is maybe it is somewhat special in China. We have to do that to control the greenhouse gases or the pollutions. But still, it is a lot. There are a lot of challenges, especially the regulations and the public acceptance and economic competitiveness.
So when do you expect that SMRs, that technology, will have a significant and meaningful share of the total energy and electricity supply in the Chinese energy system?
In China, you see, we have just started a small one demonstration. It will be the FCD data. It will be within this year. The license should be issued very soon. The site we have made the site clear, just as I've shown you in the slide that the site of the SMR, which is in Hainan province, just near existing large reactors, where we will have the demonstration one. But I don't think SMRs will be used for massive power supply or electricity supply in China, because we have very huge electricity grid. If you are using small ones, the economic competitiveness will not be suitable. The larger ones should be more suitable for the grid. And the small ones will be used for the remote area or be used for the islands for special usage.
Okay, so you see SMRs as primarily for sort of niche applications. So, like you say, not for replacing a large part of the existing coal fleet, for example. Is that correct?
Well, we are making efforts, aiming to do that. But I think for SMRs to replace the existing small coal generators, the power plants, still we have a long way to go.
Yeah. And one question that came up in the Q&A from the audience here, from a professor at the university here, he mentions this fact that for existing large-scale nuclear plants, the permitting process and the project development phase is often very long in time. So do you foresee that you can compress this time with SMRs in a significant way in China?
In China, the situation is different from the Western countries, because our big facilities will be constructed mainly by the government, invested by the government. So it does not need to be batch invested or is gradually invested to gradually build the facilities. So the big one will have skill advantages to make the electricity more competitive.
And it's also then following your point here about the conditions being slightly different in China compared to, say, in Europe. One issue that's often brought up is that the cost of capital for nuclear, which of course is very important given that they are very capital intensive, is high because in Europe, the interest rate is higher than in China, where the political backing is stronger. But do you also see then that the cost advantages of SMRs perhaps is smaller in China compared to, say, in Europe? Because the difference in the risk is lower than in Europe.
Now in China, we are having a very completed and very mature, you can see, production system of the equipment of the facilities, construction and operating system, and the nuclear fuel cycle for this big power plants. It is already complete, and we have invested a lot on that. So if you are making small reactors, this will be, you can put away. Even if the small one, the cost will be, or you lower, but you are losing the former investment. So I think personally, it will take time. The aim, the way we are going, that we will have more and more small modular reactors, but at a very near future, it will not replace the bigger ones.
We have another question from the audience here. It regards whether the CNNC, if you have considered high temperature SMRs as replacement for traditional conventional boilers?
Yeah, now we are having two models, units of high temperature reactor. We can also say it is a small one, 200 megawatt, 210 megawatt for two units, one unit. But now the economic competitiveness of this high temperature gas-cooled reactor is not that strong to compared with PWRs.
Okay. Another idea that's been floated is to, so to speak, retrofit existing coal-fired power plants with an SMR. So replacing the boiler in a coal plant with a reactor and reusing the turbine and parts of the cooling system from the existing coal plant. Is that something that you are working on in China?
他说意思是原来的电厂我们不是全部替代，只是把它的那个，比方火电厂把它里面的东西用反对替代，外面的系统照用。
No, it is just at the very early stage, just looking into that, still not actual actions.
And I think one of my final questions, do you have any concrete forecasts in terms of installed capacity for SMRs in China from now to say 2030?
Our first small reactor, which PWR, it will be started put into construction. I think very soon. In the coming few months, it will be started the construction of that will start, and the high temperature, as I have said, that high temperature gas cooled small ones, we are planning and applying the license from the administration for heating system, a swimming pool type heating system reactor. We are near to have the license of the construction. We will see. For having more this type of reactors, then there's a evaluation. We will, I think, to have the evaluation of the demonstration operation. Then we can see how much how many it will come and at what time.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
And very good luck to you with your future plans and development projects for SMRs.
Thank you.
Right, now a swift but important shift of focus towards the west this time, over to Canada, where I'm equally happy to have with us Dr. Gina Strati. She's the head of Director of Advanced Reactors at the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, CNL, in Canada. Do we have, yeah, I see you there, Gina, on my screen here to my right.
Morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. It must be early in Canada.
It is, but it's good to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen so you can see my presentation, and I'll introduce myself. I'm Gina Strati with Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, and it is a pleasure to be with you this morning. I apologize, you're the first people I've spoken to this morning. My throat's a little bit scratchy. I'm with Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, and it's a pleasure to be able to share with you some of my thoughts about SMRs and specifically about some of the activities that are taking place in Canada as we try to move the SMR portfolio forward. I'll just, if you'll indulge me, I'll just spend a moment to let you know a little bit about our organization, for those of you who don't know. So Canadian Nuclear Laboratories is Canada's national nuclear laboratory. We have over 50 unique labs and a very, very diverse team of over 3,300 employees. I work with the Science and Technology Organization, and I'm based at the Chalk River Laboratories, and that is about a 2-hour drive outside of the nation's capital, Ottawa, along the Ottawa River, so a very pretty location. I think you saw the picture on my title slide. That is where the bulk of our science and technology and research and development operations take place at the Chalk River Laboratories. And we have a small group at the National Innovation Center for Cybersecurity in the province of New Brunswick. So cybersecurity is a very hot topic, interesting topic these days, and that group is quite active in those activities, as well as in their support for deployment of SMRs in Canada. At CNL, we have 3 main missions: to restore and protect the environment through our environmental remediation group, improving the health of Canadians through research in medical isotopes and diagnostic treatments, and clean energy for today and tomorrow, which of course is the main focus of the work that I'm involved in, and that is all types of clean energy. So we have a hydrogen program that looks at hydrogen production, energy storage, support, of course, for the existing fleet of reactors in Canada and abroad. And my favorite topic are advanced reactors and small reactor portfolio. Small reactors has really been a very vibrant or hot topic in the last 5 to 7 years in Canada, and I'm sure elsewhere. It seems to build momentum and interest annually. And I think that is very interesting to see this conversation around new nuclear. I think the concept of these small reactors, from the micro reactors at 5 to 10 megawatts to the larger on-grid reactors at around 300 megawatts, really, I think, invoke interest in the applications outside of electricity generation that these technologies can afford to us. And I think for those of us who are researchers in the nuclear field, they just stimulate that innovation of what could these new reactors actually accomplish, and how are their designs so much different than conventional reactors. In Canada, that SMR conversation took on a very, I'll call it a pan-Canadian approach to that discussion. So in Canada, we seem to have organically landed on what we call a Team Canada approach to SMRs. This term was coined many years ago, and really, perhaps tongue-in-cheek, perhaps on purpose, really tried to capture the fact that this conversation in Canada around small reactors is a multifaceted conversation. So it isn't only the federal government saying, here's a new technology and we should implement this in our country. It isn't only a researcher saying, hey, I've discovered something new. Let's see how this technology could work for us. It is really multifaceted, different parts of the country, different types of organization, all having conversations that are complementary and that are moving the SMR portfolio forward in Canada. So of course, you know, that type of movement does require some interest from the federal government in terms of setting policy and climate change objectives. In Canada, we're committed to being net zero by 2050 and have acknowledged, as I think I heard in the opening remarks, that this will require all of the clean energy technologies that we have available to us in order to be able to achieve some of these targets, these very ambitious targets. In Canada, we're blessed with quite a lot of hydroelectric power, which is clean. We have some nuclear in our country, but we still have some coal-fired plants and other maybe not as green technologies that are driving our energy resources. So it's really important to have that view that we have a target that we're trying to achieve and federal recognition that nuclear can be part of the solution to this climate change challenge. And that is new nuclear in the form of small reactors or advanced reactors. This conversation has extended beyond the nuclear industry. So often I've observed in the past that you know, the nuclear industry talks to each other and we're all aligned, of course, on how important nuclear is. When that conversation exits the nuclear industry and starts to show up in other conversations around the country, I think that's really where you have an interest and a pull for this type of technology. Recently this year, Canada had released a strategy for hydrogen, so a national hydrogen strategy. And as part of developing that hydrogen strategy, there were some focus groups and consultations that they did with various groups across the country, different industries, to really ask how can hydrogen be useful for you and to plan out this national strategy. And I think this is the first time that there was a focus group that included the nuclear industry, where the conversations were around how small modular reactors could enable a hydrogen industry in Canada and what the nuclear industry would need for that to be successful and how we could work together to enable hydrogen throughout the country. So I thought that was a very interesting focus group to be part of and very good to see that that nuclear conversation had extended into other clean energy technologies. We do have a national SMR roadmap in Canada. So that roadmap has been developed and was recently actioned with the release of a SMR action plan in December. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. And that sets the path for us for development, demonstration, and deployment of small nuclear in Canada. The provinces in Canada, electricity generation is the jurisdiction of provincial governments. And the provinces and power utilities have committed to developing and deploying new nuclear in Canada. So that's very exciting as well. These are the groups that would build them, operate the reactors, and it's very heartening to see that they are also interested in new nuclear. CNL has been creating SMR programs, really being conscious of the fact that we are a can-do country. So our nuclear history is steeped in the can-do reactor. And so we have developed research programs that have enabled us to become familiar with different technologies, looking at the SMR technologies that would be a really good fit for Canada in different contexts, and looking at some of the feasibility of SMRs in different applications and some of the economic implications of that. We also have a goal to site a demonstration project at a CNL managed site by 2026, and that is something that is driving some of our work forward. The other aspects of this, so we've talked a little about the federal view and the SMR roadmap, the provincial view, what we at CNL are doing to enable technology. So we are not developing or designing reactors ourselves. We are really looking to enable this technology in the country. The academic sector is also a very important part of this. So we feel it's very important for Canada to understand the different technologies and have that knowledge base within the country. So universities are looking at their programs to see whether they have those universities that have a nuclear program, are they vibrant and modern, and do they cover SMR technology? Students are asking for this information as well. I've had some requests from universities to provide a talk on SMR technology. So the students are asking for more information as part of their education in our universities. Some provinces like Saskatchewan, who are not currently nuclear power generators, have expressed an interest in having new nuclear in the future in the form of a small reactor. And they have already started to build these curriculum programs in their universities, looking at what nuclear could mean for them and how they could support that technology deployment within their province. That's very, very exciting indeed. And another aspect of this countrywide conversation is through the nuclear supply chain. In Canada, our supply chain is very strong. They've been working very actively on the refurbishment projects at some of our CANDU plants. And they are asking also, how can they support this industry in Canada? How can they retool where necessary to be able to support the development and deployment of this technology in Canada? And the conversation is involving all of these groups at the same time. And I can't, of course, forget the communities that would be potential host communities for these technologies. So really the developing SMRs as a researcher is very exciting and a lot of fun. But they're really only useful if they're deployed, and if they're deployed in communities that welcome them, that see the value and benefit to having that kind of power generation in their communities. And so this Team Canada approach also includes talking to those communities, answering questions they may have around the technology. So we have heard from some potential small host communities, just questions. They're open. They haven't perhaps decided to go with small nuclear, but they're certainly open to learning about it and understanding how that technology may be beneficial to them and how it may be able to work in conjunction with some of the renewables that they already have, online in their towns. So maybe I'll start with the Pan-Canadian SMR roadmap. So in 2018, we released an SMR roadmap. So if you're interested in either of these documents, you can find them at smrroadmap.ca or smractionplan.ca. So the SMR roadmap in 2018 was a year-long effort that brought together provinces, territories, power utilities, research organization, and others to really explore what do SMRs look like in Canada, how would we integrate them into our energy mix, what are the economics around SMRs, how can they benefit Canada, and what are some of the technical challenges. So that roadmap contained at the back of the document 50 recommendations for a variety of groups across Canada, governments, academia, research organizations, and so on. And the recommendations really had a broad range, but they were all recommendations that were put in place to move the SMR portfolio forward and to really explore this industry and work towards development and deployment in Canada. This past year in December, we did release our SMR action plan. So this is an interesting concept. The Natural Resources Canada went back to people who participated in the roadmap and others who had become part of this conversation around SMR technology in Canada and asked them to contribute to the SMR action plan. So any industry that wanted to commit to actions that move the SMR portfolio forward were asked to submit a chapter describing who they were, what they thought of SMRs in Canada, and what actions they were planning to take over the next few years to make this a reality for us. So we so far have 109 chapters, participating organizations as part of this action plan, and I think a total of 450 actions that are being tracked. So if you go to the website, you're able to click on a logo of a company and then read their contribution to the SMR action plan. It's really quite interesting. There are some chapters that have been contributed by some of our Indigenous groups and businesses. People like the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories has a chapter, the power utilities. Some provinces that are considering nuclear have also put a chapter in place. So a very diverse group, all committing to some sort of action to move SMRs forward in Canada. And that is sort of captures that Team Canada approach. And I think that there is so much interest in Canada because of the actual market potential. I think that we can really see not just the development of the technology or the the fact that it could help with our climate change objectives. I think there are actual needs and market needs for this technology in Canada. So I've put here three different classifications, I guess, of small reactors that we're looking at. The microreactors for deployment in some of our off-grid communities. So Canada has many communities that are not connected to an electrical grid, either so remote that they rely on diesel generation, which can have some reliability issues. And those are really great options. SMRs are a really great option for some of those communities. They could provide reliable baseload energy and are easily deployed microreactors in an off-grid manner. So we can see a market for that. We see a market for SMRs being used to green some of our resource extraction activities, for example, in some of the mining sites. Those are also often not connected to the grid, and sort of a mid-size SMR would be a good option for greening some of those activities. And of course, there's also an on-grid SMR. So that for us would be in the larger 100 to 300 megawatt reactors. And this would be as we phase out coal-fired generation, perhaps replacing that with nuclear. So that is an option. So three sizes, likely different technologies are what we are considering in Canada. And so a real market has, I think, stimulated that very natural discussion of whether SMRs could be the right mix as part of our energy plan. I've listed here some time frames to deployment. Please don't hold me to these dates. These are really some of our target dates, but the industry in Canada really thought about how to articulate our messaging around small reactors and have settled on these three streams with slightly different deployment opportunities and deployment timeframes. So there is the on-grid replacement in the mid to late 2020s, on-grid replacement of advanced reactors in the early to mid 2030s. So the advanced reactors would be the molten salt reactors, sodium fast reactor, maybe reactors that rely or support fuel reprocessing as part of their fuel supply, and off-grid microreactors also in the 2020s. So CNL, as I mentioned, has a goal to site an SMR demonstration project by 2026 through an open invitation process. I'll talk about that a little bit later. And so our goals are around the off-grid microreactor. And as I mentioned, the Canadian industry itself is actively supporting SMR development and deployment. We recently had this year a provincial memorandum of understanding signed between the provinces of New Brunswick, Ontario, and Saskatchewan. New Brunswick and Ontario currently have CANDU nuclear reactors and have always worked together on this technology. Saskatchewan is new to the nuclear generation game, although that is the province that provides us with all of our uranium. So the uranium is mined in Saskatchewan, perhaps not all, but most of it. And they are interested now in having a small modular reactor as part of their energy mix moving forward. So those three provinces have committed to work on the development and deployment of small nuclear in their provinces. And I think that's a really powerful message that in addition to what the federal government is putting in place and actioning and supporting with policy and regulation, the provinces are also getting together to work on deployment of this technology. Several years ago, New Brunswick Power announced that they were supporting Moltex and ARC, so a molten salt and a sodium fast reactor, part of the advanced reactor collection of reactors. And they have created a research initiative in the province of New Brunswick that involves their supply chain and the universities, really working to understand those two technologies, support their development, and support the deployment within their province. So we have been working with the province of New Brunswick and the University of New Brunswick also in the molten salt research area. And so it's a very interesting new technology and a very good fit for what they need. This past year, I think just a couple of months ago, Ontario Power Generation announced that they were supporting, had down selected to 3 technologies that they were looking at and supporting terrestrial energy, GE Hitachi, and X Energy. So they will be looking at how those technologies develop with the goal of potentially down selecting to 1 for an on-grid replacement. So that would be that stream 1 that I showed on the previous slide. And Bruce Power, also around the same time frame as OPG, announced that it's going to pursue looking at some of the applications of the Westinghouse eVinci reactor. And the eVinci reactor is, of course, a microreactor. So how those applications in that reactor might fit their business needs. And of course, at the bottom, I'm talking again about the Chalk River project. Global First Power has a project at Chalk River Laboratories. It is the first SMR project in Canada to submit a license application. So they have submitted a license to prepare site at the Chalk River Laboratories, which is where I work. And we're very excited to see a project, an SMR project, moving forward in Canada. So I'm sure that some of you, if you've been at conferences where Canada has presented or CNL has presented, you've likely seen our invitation process, but I thought it was perhaps worthwhile, since this answers some of the, the facet around demonstration projects. Several years ago in 2018, we launched an invitation process where we said, we think we have something to offer these developers as they move forward with their technology to make them ready and deployable in Canada. So we offer at the CNL managed sites, perhaps a demonstration site where people could bring their project, build it, and demonstrate that their technology worked as expected, demonstrate that these new reactors are licensable in Canada, and also demonstrate that they can be manufactured perhaps in a modular fashion and brought to site and assembled in a very short period of time, proving that the time scale for construction of small nuclear could be much shorter than a conventional plant. So this 4-stage invitation process was very successful. We've had several applicants. You can see U-Battery, Terrestrial Energy, and StarCore have passed our stage 1 pre-qualification, and Global First Power is currently in stage 3, which is negotiation of land arrangement. And what that means is, where would we site their project? And what do some of those legal agreements look like when you're citing a third-party project on our site? So Global First Power is jointly owned by OPG and USNC. It is a microreactor. They submitted their license to the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission to prepare a site at the Chalk River Laboratories, this in 2019. There has been a CNSC record of decision related to the definition of their environmental assessment scope, and they have started their environmental impact statement, which is required before they're able to be granted their license to prepare site. And they've completed some of the geophysical site evaluations for deployment at Chalk River. So our sites are very well characterized. We have a lot of information on the sites where we think we can site a demonstration reactor, archaeological studies, water flow studies, and so on and so forth. So we have well characterized sites, and those are the ones that we're offering initially for a demonstration project. I'd also like to point out that we have multiple sites. And so this isn't really, it's not a competitive program. We really think we have capacity for more than one demonstration project at CNL. And so Global First just happens to be the first one in stage 3, but we can certainly accommodate others. So I don't want you to think that those in stage 1 are no longer part of this. Global First Power is just a little bit ahead of the game. This is a demonstration timeline. So again, I don't want you to hold me to these dates. These are our target dates at CNL. You can see where we start with the launching of the CNL invitation process in 2018, the first license application in Canada with the Global First Power project at Chalk River in 2019, all the way through to where we expect to have first power in 2026 and the ability for energy offtakes in 27, 28. So really, I do want to make it clear that this is Global First Power's project, not CNL's project. And so how they decide to work with the energy offtakes and what they want to do with that really falls in their area of decision making. And we are here to help enable whatever they would like to demonstrate. So the energy offtake portion of a demonstration project at Chalk River is really interesting, and it stimulated a lot of discussion on site of what that could look like. And so I did want to mention to you a future project that we have. So we're looking to put in place a clean energy development, innovation, and research park. And this clean energy park is envisioned as a demonstration of nuclear cogeneration centered around one of these demonstration SMR projects. We want to be able to really show that SMRs can work in collaboration with renewables, can work with production of hydrogen perhaps, energy storage, maybe district heating, anything, any application that you may want to have perhaps in your community, we could demonstrate it in this demonstration park. Also, you know, as we look at clean energy technologies, there will be new and innovative technologies coming on the market, and perhaps this demonstration platform would enable us to test some of those as well. So this is a very exciting future project at CNL, and I think for deployment in Canada, it would allow some of the interested communities or organizations who may want to have nuclear in their area to really be able to come and see that some of the claims are true. They could see the reactor, they could see and get data from how it interacts in these different areas. So it could be a very powerful way to really show that this technology could work for them. And of course, as part of the S&T organization, I would be remiss without talking a little bit about research and development. So as I said before, we are can-do focused country, although CNL does have a history of supporting development many years ago in different technologies and different smaller reactor technologies, as a matter of fact. But as we looked at how to de-risk the development and deployment of small nuclear in Canada, we really organized our research program in these 5 different areas, from technology development to, you know, how we can provide science and data to support policies, decision-making, and regulation. And that's really important for our federal research program. And these areas are certainly not a surprise to anyone in the audience. What was quite difficult in the beginning was developing a research program with uncertainty as to which new technologies would find their way into Canada. Would it be a molten salt? Which molten salt? Would it be, high temperature gas reactor? What would that look like? And how do you put together a cost-effective research program with that uncertainty? So the first 5 years of our program certainly focused on cross-cutting research, technology neutral research, a lot on deployment, maybe sensor networks and structural questions that maybe all of the reactor types had in common. And the last slide that I'll talk about today is our Canadian Nuclear Research Initiative. So this is a CNL initiative where we really wanted to help the technology developers move forward in developing and answering questions that they may have or challenges they were facing as they developed and moved their technology forward. So this is a cost-sharing program between us and the SMR developers, where we look at a common area of interest for both of us, pool our resources, and then are able to answer some questions. And I've listed there some of the areas that we're looking at, from tritium management to maybe just feasibility studies of, what would it look like for my reactor to be deployed in conjunction with a mining site? What would that look like? What are the economics around that? So we've done a variety of different studies. This is we've just launched our second year of this program, and it's very popular with the SMR developers in Canada. And we're hoping that it continues to be a cornerstone of some of the enabling research that we can do as we do our part to help these SMR developers move forward. And that's really all I had for you this morning or today. I think hopefully I haven't spoken for too long. I out of the corner of my eye, I was able to see that the sun has actually come up. It's very early in the morning here, so I feel like I've been speaking for a very long time. Since when I started, it was dark out, and I really thank you for giving me a little bit of time to share the Canadian story with you, and our story of a multifaceted Team Canada approach to deployment of reactors in our country. Thank you.
Thanks, Gina. In fact, you have not spoken for too long, so that's great. We have a few minutes for some questions. I have one for you. I'm fascinated by this sort of three-pronged approach, or the three cases that you sort of outlined with different types of applications. I'm going to ask you sort of the same question as I asked our speaker from China. Do you see that the application for SMRs is primarily sort of niche markets and niche applications, or is it more that is a step of the way into replacing a larger portion of the current fleet of capacity for electricity and heat generation?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. So the market potential in Canada shows those three distinct areas of different sizes of reactors that are important to us. So there are certainly some niche applications, and that would be for some of the remote communities, and the off-grid energy needs that they may have. In that case, it really is the value proposition of an SMR with the applications like district heating and other things that go in besides electricity generation, maybe running a greenhouse and things like that. So it is a niche application. I think it's an application that may also be of interest to the military, but there are many remote communities in Canada. I think you saw there are over 200. So I don't know if that can still be considered niche, or if that is just a specific market. And for replacing coal-fired plants, as an on-grid replacement, I think that is a very real opportunity. That's certainly something the province of Saskatchewan is considering. And I think in the end, it will come down to whether it is the right fit for them and the right economics for their business plan. And
have you or the province made any sort of scenarios for how quickly such replacement or addition in a sort of large-scale manner could happen? You mentioned your action plan. I just assumed that you would have considered also timeline in terms of deployment in that action plan.
Right. So the timelines are much shorter than they seemed a few years ago. So I know in terms of the province of Saskatchewan, I've heard they are considering replacement of on-grid in the early 2030s. Ontario has been targeting mid to late 2020s for a similar type of on-grid small reactor. And the province of New Brunswick is looking at their advanced reactors in more of the 2030 timeframe. So that's a little bit farther. The development of those reactors requires a little bit more time. So certainly, I think by 2040, we will see some form of new nuclear in Canada.
And I saw a question here in the Q&A that I think is very interesting, that somebody brought up the need to include also socio-technical and socioeconomic considerations and research, perhaps also in relation to the technological aspects. Do you in fact have that sort of cross-cutting, transdisciplinary approach to this in your sort of Team Canada approach? Does that include also other disciplines that engineering?
Yeah, absolutely. So the technology itself not that it's straightforward, but you're right. It is engineering, it's science, it's ensuring you select the right materials for the environments they're in. And that is, in some ways, not the easy answer, but it is certainly the easiest one to prove or disprove. I don't think any nuclear can be deployed without looking also at the, the social aspect, the community uptake, looking at how these reactors, what is the overall benefit, not just electricity, but the overall socioeconomic benefit of having this new technology in different communities and for the country as a whole. What does that do to job creation? What does that do to the ability of these communities to have different type of businesses perhaps than they normally would have? How can greening your mining and other resource extraction, help the economics of your country? So certainly those socioeconomic factors go into play. In Canada in particular, a lot of conversation around social acceptance, Indigenous awareness and acceptance as well. There's no intention of forcing this technology on anyone. So it really is educating people and showing the potential, the value and the benefit for the technologies.
And have you conducted polls or any sort of recent analysis in terms of social acceptance? And, given that some of these applications would, I guess, also mean that reactors would be placed close to where people live. That's kind of the point of some of these applications. So have you already sort of started that process of checking with the people who will see the reactor, so to speak?
So I would say yes, in different venues. So there was a lot of research going on in universities that look at that sort of engagement and building interest in nuclear technology and understanding some of the concerns and reaching out to those communities. In 2017, CNL sent out a bit of a survey to find out, was there really an interest in small nuclear? Was there an interest in demonstration plants and things like that? And that went out to everyone who wanted to fill it in. And we were quite pleased to see that we received some surveys back from some of these remote host communities and people interested in small reactors in their areas. So I think there is interest. I think it's cautious interest, and we're opening that dialogue and continuing to answer questions and help people see the value proposition.
Well, thank you very much for getting up early for us, Gina, and all the best, and good luck with your plans in Canada.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
And by the way, I did see some sort of specific detailed questions for the Q&A. So if you do have the chance to look at them and perhaps get back to the individuals there, that'd be much appreciated, I think. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. So now we're going to have a quick break. We're going to get back in 10 minutes. There's going to be a slide here with the times and details for the afternoon. So go and have a coffee or whatever you'd like to do in the break, and we'll see you back here soon. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a time to get whatever stimulant you need. So the next stop we're going to make on this virtual journey is, in fact, in France. Eric Anus, do we have you with us? We do. Very good.
Okay.
Very good, Eric. You're working at the French Atomic Energy and Alternative Energies Commission as a manager there for nuclear research. So welcome to our conference, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot. So you do see me correctly. I'll try to share my screen now.
We have a problem, I think, with your video, Eric. Can you check your camera? I see your name and we can hear you fine, but we can't see you or your presentation, unfortunately.
Wait a minute. I've got indeed troubles here in sharing my screen. Oh, the video has popped up. So you can see me?
Yeah.
Great. But then the problem is by sharing the screen. Let me check. Okay, this one. It should be okay. Can you see it or not?
Yeah, very good.
Okay. Okay, thanks for the introduction, Marcus. So indeed, my name is Eric Anus. I'm project manager working at CEA. And my talk today will be about R&D that we are performing at CEA on pressurized water SMRs. So my talk will be divided into 4 parts. A brief introduction about SMRs, and then I'll be focusing on the new watch project we're developing in France, and which is aiming at providing electricity. One slide about a European ELSMO project that is devoted to licensing issues that are important, as we already mentioned, for SMRs. And finally, I'll be ending up my speech with the R&D that we are developing at CEA on SMR hybrid system dedicated to heat or hydrogen applications. So just one slide about the SMR and the challenges and success factors that we are facing. Clearly, what you see on the figures, it's a traditional scale effect, which explain why, for instance, in France, we've been increasing the unit power from 900 to 1300 and now 1650 megawatt with the EPR. And that has a positive impact on the leverage cost of electricity. So obviously, if we want to be competitive with SMR, and that's our target, we need to operate on 3 levels. The first one is to act on the conception, to have a simple and safe conception. I'll be showing that for the new WAD. We are aiming at integrated architectures, and that will help us reducing the initiating events. And also one advantage with SMR is the small size with the low residual heat that can be released through passive safety systems. Sometimes we often forget that the M of SMR means modularity. And clearly modularity has to be taken into account at the early stage of conception and also in the manufacturing process. By that, you'll be having modules that are manufactured and tested in factories. Then they will be transported into containers. And this procedure will allow a reduced on-site construction time. And finally, the third level is about standardization and series effect. So clearly, if you promote a product, you want to have the same product, whatever the operator or whatever the country. And to achieve that, you need some standardization, normalization, and also in the licensing procedures. And if you end up with that, you will benefit from a serial production effects on components and on your program. Now, let me explain you the product we are developing now in France, which is called the New World project. So Neward is a 300 electric megawatt power plant, including 2 reactors. It is an integrated reactor. As I mentioned earlier, we benefit from an integrated architecture where you have the steam generators, the pressurizer inside the pressure vessels. This pressure vessels is integrated in a metallic containment, which is immersed in a water basin, as you can see on the right-hand side. To give you some ideas, the pressure vessel is the same size of a 900 electric megawatt, and the containment, it's typically a sphere of, let's say, 15 to 16 meter diameter. With that program, with that product, what market are we aiming at? Clearly, we want to provide low energy, low carbon energy, flexible power generation, complementary to renewable intermittent sources, and large nuclear power plants. We're not opposing the two. The market we want to replace is the coal-fired power plants that are in the range of 300 to 400 electric megawatt. We'd like also to power remote municipalities and large industrial sites. And also a supply network that can be fitted with larger size reactors. So that slide is quite important, and I'll take some time to describe it properly with you. It's about the technologies and innovations that we are developing within the Neward project. So clearly our ambition is to have this innovation within the product. Once again, I mentioned integrated architecture. What's the positive impact of these architectures? Clearly, you have the primary cooling system inside the RPV, which means that clearly you reduce the risk of loss of coolant accident. To give you an idea, the pipe connected to the vessel, the maximum one is 30 millimeter, so which is clearly very, very small. Another challenge we have developed steam generators with a plate design. And that's clearly a differentiating issue because it allows us to have the most compact design worldwide. Another item is the immersion control mechanism. All the control bars are within the vessel. By doing that, since you have the same pressure all around, you eliminate the rod ejection risk. I already mentioned that with SMR, you have a small residual heat to remove, and you can do it passively. And we do that with the system we call RRP, with a heat exchanger inside the vessel that is connected to the condenser, which is cooled down with a water wall I mentioned around the containment. About the core, we are developing a solid boron-free core, and that obviously avoid any clear water plug because we have the same chemistry everywhere. And also it induces simplification in the effluent treatment. The containment, which is metallic, has also a high level of tightness, and it's immersed in a water wall, which is nice for the protections. Finally, the nuclear island building, it's semi-buried, which is also an advantage when considering external hazards. Now, I won't go into detail, but just to give you an idea about the roadmap and the partnership around Neward. We've been performing some feasibility for studies for, let's say, 10 years now. We have finalized a pre-conceptual design phase in 2019. And at the moment, we are in the middle of the conceptual design phase. Our roadmap ends up with a Neward product that will be available to meet market needs by 2030. The project is led by EDF, Électricité de France, with its strategic partners, so CEA, Naval Group, Technicatom, and it's got the support of the French government. We have some funding at the moment from the French Economic Recovery Plan. And This project is open to international cooperation. The name of the project, New World, which means nuclear forward, has been launched at the IAEA General Conference in September 2019. And at the same conference, we signed a framework agreement between EDF, CEA, and Westinghouse to explore potential cooperation on SMR development. Now, one word about licensing. We already mentioned that issue with former speakers. It is an important one. What we did with several partners within Europe is that we've proposed, and the proposal was accepted for a fund by the European Commission with the Euratom program to develop this ELSMO project, which aims at creating methods and tools for European stakeholders to assess and verify the safety of light water SMRs that would be deployed in Europe. I don't think I will go down in the work package breakdown structure. I don't have time here, but since I'm attending a Nordic conference, and thanks for that, I just want to mention that we have Finn's partner here with Fortum being in charge of the WP6, devoted to the synthesis and recommendation of the whole project. And we also have VTT, that is acting as a project manager. Now, I move on to the last part of my talk, dedicated to new applications, that is to say hydrogen and heat. So within the energy transition program, where many countries aim at reaching carbon neutrality by 2050, like in France, we have launched at the CEA a new research field on PWSMR and hybrid systems. This research area can be split into 4 axes. And we have placed under axis 1 the market studies, and that to us is clearly important. We're not pushing for technology push, but we are willing to answer a market demand. So this axis will help us to identify the needs either on hydrogen and heat. And we are trying to forecast ourselves in the 2040-2050. It will help us to define the expected performances for these innovative systems. Axis number 2 and axis number 3 are pretty similar, one dedicated to hydrogen projection and the other one to heat application. So in both axes, we'll be defining systems where SMR can be coupled to high temperature electrolysis, or we could work also on preconception studies of heat supply SMR concepts. In both cases, we'll be evaluating the performances of these new systems, evaluate their cost, and then compare them to the market analysis from axis 1 to check that we will be answering the needs, and obviously we'll be performing some system safety studies. Finally, we have identified an additional working program on energy conversion systems. Clearly, we need to have in mind that this kind of SMRs will be integrated in an energy field with other sources like PV, wind turbines, fuel cells, and the energy conversion systems will be providing power, heat, hydrogen, drinking water. So this system has to be studied, and it can also be optimized when considering a different kind of storage like batteries, thermal energies, or gas. So now, let me give you some trends that we have already found regarding hydrogen. So hydrogen, if we aim to have a decarbonated hydrogen production, we have 2 targets: the mobility vector, so transport, and also decarbonate the current industrial hydrogen production. So the idea here was to set up a SMR. So let's say a 450 thermal megawatt, and couple it to a HTE, so solid oxide electrolysis cell, hydrogen production. If we do that, we end up with a figure of around 100 tons a day. That corresponds to a fleet of 20,000 cars, or let's say 1,200 trucks. 100 tons a day, it's about 35,000 tons a year. And for the French market today, it's only 4% of the national production. So it's quite limited. And if you make some forecast in 2035, it's only 1% of the French production. So what's important also to stress here is that at CEA, we are working on both bricks, both technological bricks. First, the HTE, which provides high yield and requires both electricity and heat. And we can also use this technology in some cases to power, in the reverse way, to provide power. And we're developing the second brick, SMR, and it can work in a cogeneration mode, providing heat and electricity. And the size of the unit, it's consistent with a hydrogen production unit and could answer local needs. If we go into more details on this slide, you can see the integration we can have between the two systems, the SMR and the HTE SOEC. So the same scenario as the one I mentioned before, providing 100 tons of hydrogen a day. What we see here is that the electrolyzer needs some power and also some heat. The ratio is the following. It's about 7% of thermal energy compared to the 93 remaining heat that is converted with the turbine into electricity. So at the moment, we have the two schemes. On the left-hand side, the SMR, and on the right-hand side, the HTE. And we have identified different ways to couple both systems with different intake points to take heat from the Rankine system of the SMR. And we can also work on different supply mode, which can either be direct or indirect supply mode. And also when coupling more intimately the two systems, we can benefit from the waste heat from the HTE and bring back some heat to the SMR. Now, if I move on to the heat application, so at the moment, the idea we have is that district heating is quite diverse in Europe. I just want to share with you this figure where you can see on the y-axis the share of renewable energy and recovery in the district heating. Against on the x-axis, the share of district heating in the global heat consumption. So typically you have, like in France and Spain, you have countries where the share of district heating is rather small versus the global heat consumption. In the opposite, you have, like Germany or Poland, a higher share of district heating, but these are mainly fossil-fueled district heating. And that's nice for you Nordic countries. You have these dots on the right-hand side of Northern Europe, where you have well-developed district heating, and they're rather green. If we look now at some more deeper evaluation in two countries, France and Finland, to give you some figures about the global demand. In France, we have identified it's about 450 terawatt-hours for district heating, and the size, typical size, is about 40 thermal megawatt. In Finland, there was a presentation from a colleague of yours, Professor Yverinen, 2 years ago, who tried to figure out how nuclear SMR could fit in within this district heating segmentation in Finland, and he proposed two types of coverage with pretty large unit at 120 thermal megawatt and a lot of smaller units around 24 thermal megawatt. How does that end up with technical studies? What we did first at CEA, we've set up some functional requirement for the small modular reactors for the district heating type with a nominal power indeed quite large, 100 thermal megawatt, providing liquid water at 110 degrees and getting water back from the district heating grid at 70 degrees. The design we are working out now has no primary pump. It has no boron within the core management, and it allows load following from 30 to 100% demand. And it relies on passive safety designs. The come up of the studies written here on the figures. What's very interesting is clearly the temperature are pretty low. You end up at the primary circuit with an inlet temperature at 100 degrees and outlet temperatures at 160 degrees. And which is very nice is associated pressure, only 10 bars. So that gives us very interesting perspective with such low temperature and pressure when we want to dimension all the components and the economics behind that. And currently, to take into account the market aspect I've just shown you previously, we are moving our studies to downsize the nominal power from 100 to 20 thermal megawatt. What are the perspectives? So clearly, the objective of this R&D work is to bring some techno-economics data to evaluate the feasibility of such SMR hybrid system to propose a carbon-free solution in a moving multi-vector use of energy. So we don't know at this stage what we will be ending up with. SMR working cogeneration, working to deliver power when the electricity prices are high, moving to heat deliveries, having a hydrogen production, storage, but that's the system we want to work in. And I just mentioned here a small note that within the next Euratom call, which is where you have some drafts circulating at the moment, we are promoting at CEA a proposal to work on this issue of SMRs with heat and hydrogen applications. Finally, I'll be concluding my talk to summarize that the R&D activities at CEA on PWSMRs are participating in the industrial New Watt project, developing R&D on a hybrid SMR system to decarbonize heat application and hydrogen production, and promoting project at European scale, elsewhere, and hopefully a next proposal for the coming call. Thanks a lot for your attention. If you have any questions.
Thanks, Eric. I do have quite a few questions actually, and I'm sure I've seen also in the audience here. So I also encourage you in the audience to continue to post your questions in the Q&A there. So Eric, you talked a lot about hydrogen production and combined with SMRs. Is there any sort of conceptual reason why it's easier to produce hydrogen linked to an SMR than, say, a conventional large-scale nuclear plant? Just so we understand, why is this particularly interesting in connection with SMR?
You could end up typically on both. You're right, but retrofitting a current fleet is not an easy task, and we consider that also that the hydrogen production is not fully stabilized. We don't know yet if it will be a very large production unit, if it will be distributed units, and we consider that SMR can be a good solution if we were to have a distributed energy networks that some of us I mean, some different countries think it will be.
So you think that if we as a policy go for locating electricity generation close to where you want the hydrogen production, SMR is more interesting than if you say have a centralized generation capacity and then you have electricity transmitted to the hydrogen.
That's it, and you need to take into account that the transportation of hydrogen is is quite expensive also.
Yeah, and do you see in France when you look at public opinion, is there a difference between public opinion towards small reactors compared to large-scale conventional reactors?
I don't think we should ask this question only to France. It's true with every country who want to decarbonize the energies. Clearly, one advantage of SMR, so a technical advantage, is the small size. When you have small size, you have a small residual heat, and you can have passive safety systems. And that helps a lot in the severe accident management. What we are developing is in-vessel retention, which clearly means that we won't have the same scenario like we faced in Fukushima. So that's one point. And also one other point, and again, I'm pushing in that way at the European level. We can have some studies about public acceptance, because this social aspect is one important, one key point as well. It's not only the technique that will answer, even though there are clear advantage with SMR on that perspective.
And while we're on the topic of European collaboration, I see a question here about the role that you foresee that Euratom and the European Commission need or could play in promoting or accelerating the deployment of SMRs. Do you see a particular role there for Euratom or European Commission?
Oh, I guess there are quite many countries that are I would say nuclear friendly, that would like the European Commission to fund more projects, not only on green hydrogen, but also on blue hydrogen, which means with a nuclear solution. We are having such discussion clearly at different levels with the European Commissions.
Another, of course, important aspect, or one that you touched upon around SMRs, is the modularity and the prospects of reducing costs through prefabricated and having a volume style production of the reactors. But given the timelines here, even though they might be quicker than, say, large scale reactors, and the number of reactors that we foresee, even in an optimistic scenario, is quite limited if you compare to, say, wind power or even more so solar PV, where you have literally millions of units. How many reactors do you see is necessary to produce before we see those cost reductions that you sort of outlined as necessary in your slide there, to bring it down to compensate for the economic of scale disadvantage?
That's a tricky question. From an industrial perspective, it's true, first of all, that the SMR market doesn't exist yet. So we are all making some forecasts. But what we did in France, we are aligned to develop this new watt project, is that because on our business plan, we'll see that we will be ending up with a series effect. But also keep in mind that even with one reactor, typically when I mention the steam generators that are inside the vessels, at the moment with the new watt project, we've got 6 of them to provide steam, and we have pretty similar ones to eliminate the removal of the heat. So with one reactor, you already end up with 8 steam generators. So the series effect can be reached quite quickly. And it's also the same with the pumps. So that's also one way to have a supply chain having some work to carry out.
And finally, looking at for example, the situation in France, where you're already very close to having a carbon-free electricity system, and I think there's a target to phase out the last coal plants in next year, 2022. Is there not a risk here that we kind of, once the SMRs is fully developed and commercially available, that we've kind of missed the window of opportunity here, that other technologies will have taken the place to replace the fossil generation that we see?
So clearly, in France, as you say, there is no big issue about electricity, which is already decarbonized. With the New World project, we are mainly looking at export possibilities. And at the research field, so that's why I've shown that today within CEA, we are considering other application where we have problem in decarbonizing. So that's why I was talking about heat and hydrogen, considering obviously the transport behind.
All right, thank you very much, Eric Anus, for taking the time to be with us today, and again, good luck with the future work on SMRs in France.
Thanks a lot, Marcus. Thanks all of you. Bye.
Bye. Right, now we're going to do a small hop across the channel, I think, to another Eric Ingersoll. Are you with us, Eric?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. I'm actually not across the channel, I'm across the Atlantic.
Well, just a bigger channel, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to think of it that way.
Yeah. So, Eric, you're with the Lucid Catalyst, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm very happy to be here, and let me just get my presentation going here. Today, I'm going to be talking about SMR applications beyond the electricity sector, particularly, and for sort of high leverage applications in decarbonization. So let's see if you're seeing some slides now. Oops, wrong presentation. Sorry, I'll be right here. It worked a moment ago, so is that working?
Well, we'll see a presentation.
Great, yeah. Good. So what I'm going to be talking about is decarbonization beyond the electric sector. So I'll basically be picking up where the other Eric left off. And I'll be focusing in particular, not so much on the kind of nuclear core, but on applications and business models. So, stepping back for a moment, we have a decarbonization challenge, and many, the current policies scenarios show that we will fail to decarbonize adequately by 2040 and probably by 2050 as well. So we need to do a lot more than what we're doing right now. And you can think of it like this. We've all seen this graph here, and I've sort of put some, you could think of it as like a to-do list that I've put on top of the graph. We see this graph, but this graph is not going to happen like this by itself. So what needs to happen is, for example, repowering all the coal plants in the world with a new heat source, converting all liquid fuel use to carbon neutral fuels, replacing natural gas use with ammonia or hydrogen, while developing significant generating capacity in Africa and electrifying all the applications that we possibly can. And actually, we only have 30 years to do this. So we are really far from even having a plan to accomplish this kind of transformation. So we recently published a study called the Missing Link, How Hydrogen-Enabled Synfuels Can Help Us Achieve the Paris Goals. And I'm going to take you through some of the concepts that we explored in there, which really have to do with how can we apply small modular reactors, or as we like to call them, advanced heat sources, to helping with these challenges. So first of all, we like this idea of the impossible burger. And the Impossible Burger is something that is made out of vegetable matter, but it tastes like a burger. You can eat it like a burger. You can buy it where you buy burgers, and but it doesn't have the impacts of the meat value chain. This is kind of a drop-in substitute for a burger. And what I want to explore in this presentation is the large-scale production of drop-in substitutes for liquid fuels. So we currently use, maybe this year we're using a little bit less, but the projections are that we will bounce back quite quickly to using around 100 million barrels of fossil fuel per day. That's a very large amount of energy. And if we want to produce if we want to produce drop-in substitutes through the production of hydrogen and then making either ammonia or synthetic hydrocarbons, the fundamental cost that we face is the cost of that hydrogen. So, for example, in ammonia, about 85% of the cost of finished ammonia really relates to the cost of the hydrogen that you use to make the ammonia. In fuels, it's a little, in synthetic hydrocarbons, it's a little bit different because you have to also get some carbon in there. But largely, it's the energy input cost, which is determining the cost of the finished synthetic product. And we like to call this graph the guardrails of the hydrogen economy. If you want to use direct use hydrogen in a car or something, it can be a little bit more expensive than what we're talking about here. But if you want to use it to make cost competitive Impossible Burgers in the fuels area, if you want to make cost competitive drop-in fuels, you need to be able to produce hydrogen for somewhere between 50 cents and $1.50 a kilogram. That's very low cost. If you're above that, you're producing fuels which have a sort of market price above the kind of the experience of the market with oil prices and finished petroleum products. Does that make sense? So if we're above those costs, our finished synthetic fuels will cost a lot more than the historical prices that we're used to in the liquid energy sector. So how do we make hydrogen and synthetic fuels at these highly competitive costs? This is where we start talking about deployment models and business models. So the first, there's really, if you want to make nuclear energy extremely cheap, which is what we need to do, you really have to either bring the factory to your project. So Eric was talking about serial production and all of that. The problem is if you don't have a place where you can, if you don't have a customer that's going to buy the output from your factory, it's hard to justify the kind of investments that make that factory efficient and cheap. If you're Tesla and you can get 300,000 orders for your car before you even build your factory, then you can build a big factory and lower the costs to the point where you have a very cost competitive product. So we need to be thinking like this. It turns out that liquid fuels markets and hydrogen markets to make liquid fuels enable the kind of large scale projects and large scale demand for these advanced SMRs. So what we see here is a 36 SMR hydrogen gigafactory. And we have on the top there, we have the factory that's making the reactor components and the mechanical systems, highly automated. And then the left at the top, we have a flatter building, which is making the precast concrete components, which are then all being assembled as part of that production process into the reactor farm that you see in the middle of the screen. And that is providing heat and electricity to the hydrogen production and synthetic fuels production systems that you see in the lower right. So this is ultra low cost nuclear energy dedicated for hydrogen and fuels. This is bringing the factory to the project. The other model is to bring the project to the factory. And in this case, the factory is a shipyard, an advanced modern shipyard, where there's highly automated processes like welding and panel production, and where large modules, as you see in the foreground, are produced repeatedly by the same teams in highly productive work arrangements. And then those are brought together, those are more or less finished and then brought together and connected into the whole to make the whole ship. And in this case, what we're making in this visualization here is a floating production platform, which makes which has advanced heat sources on board and makes hydrogen and synthetic fuel, storing the fuel in the hull and offloading to, in this case, a bunker ship, which is going to be refueling ships. So this is a visualization of making synthetic fuel for the shipping industry. The large green ship is not a moving ship. It doesn't have a propulsion system. It's anchored in one place where you want to produce the fuel. And we think this type of ship, we just completed a very detailed techno-economic study of these approaches with the Electric Power Research Institute, which will be published shortly. And we think this can produce ammonia for an equivalent oil price of about $60 a barrel. So $60 a barrel of finished product made as ammonia. So very cost competitive with the long-term cost of finished oil products. So I'm not gonna, the slides will be available. I'm not gonna go through this in detail, but our report shows how the cost of hydrogen is strongly related to capacity factor and the cost of the energy that you're providing. But having low cost energy and a low capacity factor is not sufficient to make low cost hydrogen. And so you can see that, for example, a second of a kind, which is like the proposed Sizewell C project by EDF in the UK, which everyone thinks, oh, you know, they're lowering the cost from Hinkley, but it could still be quite expensive. That is more or less competitive making hydrogen with the most cost-effective large offshore wind project in the UK. So we put them both in our cost of hydrogen analysis tool, and you know, they come to a very similar cost. And that's the difference between that's capacity factor, and it's also the effect of being able to use heat in the production process as well as electricity. So what you do see there over on the right is that if you have low cost nuclear plants, such as might be possible producing the plants in a shipyard, you can achieve very low cost hydrogen that meets the requirements that I laid out in that guardrail slide. So very briefly, we do a scenario in our report that basically says, what if we have to replace all of the liquid fuels that we currently use on planet Earth? And we show how you can accomplish that substitution. And in fact, using these shipyard manufactured plants, we show that the total investment required to achieve that conversion is less than the total investment of just continuing to produce the oil that we need between now and 2050. So in other words, the oil industry is projected to spend around $24 trillion between now and 2050. And just to maintain that flow of oil. If you did this strategy, you would spend 17 trillion. So it seems like it might be cheaper to save the planet than to destroy it. And by the way, if you were using renewable energy systems like wind and solar, and in this case, I modeled combined wind and solar projects using 2040 NREL projected costs for this, you would need to invest $70 trillion to produce the same amount of fuel. So this just basically looks at how many shipyards would you need to have and how many production platforms would you need to have. You'd need to have a lot of production platforms, but this is there are 60,000 large ships operating in the world, so we only need 14,000 of these platforms. This is, as I said earlier, this is a very similar scale to the current oil and gas industry. So it looks like a lot, but that's because it's a big industry. And then, this is roughly how many shipyards you would need and so forth. And there are well over 200 large-scale shipyards operating today. So the kind of question for Sweden is, where do we get the biocarbon for large-scale synthetic drop-in hydrocarbons? Well, stop burning it. Today, the paper industry and proposed biorefineries in Scandinavia all assume that you're going to get your heat from continuing to combust waste biomass. And as these plants get more efficient, they actually end up with excess biomass. And many of the proposals are assuming that you burn that extra biomass and make electricity. So one way to produce a large, so let's stop burning this and convert the excess biomass to liquid fuel. There's a work going on in the US looking at MIT has a project looking at this, looking at nuclear plus biomass to make synthetic drop-in hydrocarbons. Nuclear-enabled biomass gasification increases the carbon efficiency by getting the heat and hydrogen required from a nuclear source. So instead of burning 2/3 of your biomass to make the heat and putting that carbon in the air, you can actually make 100% of your carbon into the fuel. So this can produce, depending on the cycle used, can produce up to 3 times the fuel compared with traditional biomass to liquids. This enables large new markets which are outside the currently less profitable paper sector. It also combines 2 industrial sectors where Sweden is very strong: nuclear and biofuels processing. And it addresses a critical global need for the decarbonization challenge. So given the scale and urgency of the required clean transition and the ongoing growth of the global energy system, we really need to look at how to leverage all zero carbon hydrogen production options. And advanced heat sources, whether they're light water sort of advanced SMRs or higher temperature production, higher temperature reactors beyond that, are able to power the production of very large scale, low cost hydrogen, which can then be used to make synthetic fuels. But we really need to look at the deployment models and how to get the costs down, how to get down that cost curve. We can't just take our current designs and say we're going to make them smaller. It really has to be a transformation of the production and delivery system for the heat sources. And our report, The Missing Link to a Livable Climate, really sets out a kind of a pathway to achieving this kind of decarbonization. And really, these are sectors right now for which there's no credible solution being proposed. So thanks very much. That's my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
truly fascinating presentation. So starting just with that interesting number that you proposed there, that the cost of hydrogen needs to be somewhere between 50 cents and $1.50. Do you have also, what does that mean in terms of dollar per kilowatt hour in terms of levelized cost of electricity? Have you made sort of an estimate of that?
Yeah, sure. So there's actually some very good reports on this. So a depreciated light water reactor, such as the kinds that you have in Sweden today, which has not, you know, if you assume it has not had significant capital investments recently. So it's more or less you're dealing with the operating costs of the plant. At least in the US market, those can produce hydrogen for around, or projected to produce hydrogen for somewhere between $1 and $1.50. And that's assuming high temperature electrolysis systems. So in other words,
so what I mean is that I guess you need electricity at some price to get to that.
Yeah. So that cost is somewhere between $25 and $30 a megawatt hour.
Okay, so I guess off the top of my head, the SMR companies that I've seen made also estimates of their projected costs are a bit higher than that. So kind of repeating the question that I posed and I also saw in the Q&A from Simon, I think, about how many.
I thought you might ask me the same question.
Yeah, how many kind of reactors do we need to see produced in order to get down to that number?
I actually think that's not the right question. I don't think you can take an expensive design and just produce more of it and get to this number. You really need to design for this kind of cost level. And that's why we showed these kind of radically different production systems for producing these. Can you still see my presentation here?
No, I can only see you.
Okay, let me. I have some. Let me see if I can get to these slides here. Okay, well, that's not working. So we've done studies that show that so we have a study called the Nuclear Cost Driver Study that we published a complete version of earlier this year and a kind of summary version of 2 years ago. And it shows that a very large percentage of the cost of a nuclear power plant, and this is true for an SMR or a regular plant, is really the construction process to make the plant. So it's not, it's not the reactor, it's not the fuel inside the reactor, it's not the pipes. It's a whole sort of complicated and expensive way of delivering all that stuff, including a many-year construction project and so forth. If you look at a large industrial shipyard, such as, say a big shipyard in Korea, they're able to make 100 large complex ships a year out of a shipyard. And so it's possible to look at the kinds of structures that they make in that shipyard and transpose your nuclear plant into that kind of a setting and do a cost study using their production techniques for making not so much the kit, not the reactor, but the building, the equivalent of the buildings, the equivalent of the rooms, the equivalent of putting up all the pipes and wires and so forth. And what our work in this shows that you could build a light water reactor, such as what Eric was describing, for about $1,500 a kilowatt, which is a price level that's needed to make hydrogen for the prices, for around $1.50. So, I don't think putting one SMR here and one SMR there is ever going to get us to these kinds of costs. we need a mass production system. And to do that, you need to be aggressive. You need to design towards a cost that will create a large market. If Elon Musk had said, I'm going to make electric cars and they're going to cost, $400,000 each, he would sell, 10 of them. If he says, I can make one that costs $40,000, he can sell hundreds of thousands of those. It's a design decision. There's no inherent reason why the costs have to be high or low, but we have to design the production system to achieve that.
So what you're saying is that you need to convince investors and clients that we're going to build enough of these reactors in order for us to be able to sell them to you for $1,500 kilowatt. So please place your order, rather than wait for sort of individual projects in France and China or whatever to slowly bring the costs down. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not
there's really two. It's a good question. There's really two types of cost reduction. There's cost reduction by design, and there's cost reduction from the learning curve. And you do have the learning curve. We can see learning curve even with large light water reactors in Korea and China, where they built many of them. But if you need to achieve a fundamentally different cost level, you have to redesign your product for achieving that kind of cost level. So we believe that there will be both types of cost reduction with this advanced production system for these. But so part of the need is to also have a large enough market that justifies this kind of investment and production. But I will just add that by going to a shipyard, you don't have to build a new factory, right? They have a shipyard there. They're already making these things. If you design it into a product that kind of fits their production system, you actually can leverage the global shipyard capacity without having to, build a massive factory for this market. So that's part of the strategy.
Yeah. One question that kind of often comes up, and I guess it's related to this, is around licensing and differences in regulation and certification of safety requirements and stuff like that differs between countries that need to be resolved, I guess, in order for this market to be big enough. So I don't know if you have looked into that in your research. How far away are we from something that is just resembling, say, the car industry or in the shipping industry in terms of the harmonization of these requirements across countries?
Yeah, so I think this is a sort of this problem. It's a very real problem. So it's a very good question. I think it really has two different answers. One answer is kind of like, if we're using the existing construction-based model, a lot of licensing issues are related to how you verify, in a given construction environment, that you are doing the things that are in your design and so forth. So the complicated quality process, construction is a messy business, and trying to make it achieve nuclear standards is difficult, and that's why we have difficulty building nuclear plants. Manufacturing is a very different matter, and high quality manufacturing, these large global scale shipyards already make products that have very intensive regulatory oversight from the petroleum industry. We believe that it would be, and also if you're making a product that you're going to make over and over again, you can bring regulators in from all the countries that you're planning to sell it into and have them review and give you feedback and come up with a design that meets all their requirements. It may be a superset of their requirements. In other words, you may have more in the design because you have to meet the Swedish regulator and the British regulator and the French regulators things. So you may end up with more than if you had to just meet one of those regulators things. But by putting it into a product and having, the real issue, if you can reliably make the same thing over and over again to the same quality standards, it's much easier for the regulators, much easier for them, because they're basically approving a design and a production process. And that's very different than, you know, going out to a muddy field with 4,000 people in it trying to figure out what they're supposed to be doing that day. That's a very, very different kind of challenge than a highly organized, you know, factory production system like a shipyard. So I actually think that it will be much easier to achieve this kind of harmonization in a manufacturing environment where you're, I mean, in the aircraft industry, you're certifying a product. You're not certifying a construction process. And that makes the process, that's a key part of what makes that easier to accomplish on an international basis.
So final question and maybe a short answer before we go to coffee here. So you as an analyst working with many different actors, what's your guess? Do you think the SMRs, say in 2030 or 2035, will play a meaningful role in the solution to the climate challenge?
Yeah, so I think this was a very good question that you asked earlier as well. And I think we need to look at so I'll try to be short here. The answer is yes. And the reason is that, but only if we have this kind of production system that we're delivering the SMRs through. So there's a long way from 2030 to 2050. And I think it's a mistake to say that we'll just be getting started with SMRs in 2030, so they're not really relevant to climate. I think if we were delivering them through the sort of one at a time process, they will not be relevant to climate. But we need very large scale energy sources to decarbonize our global energy system. And manufacturing things is one of the things we're really good at. If we put SMRs into that kind of into the sort of two archetypal systems that I described, you know, kind of a shipyard type product and a refinery type product, we can, you know, massively contribute to the decarbonization challenge. And that's really what our missing link report lays out. It actually calculates the sort of numbers of how many of these you'd need to make and so forth. And we believe that it's very doable. I also believe that 2050 is like, it's very unlikely that we'll be done with decarbonization by 2050. And we could be, you know, even if we're just starting to crank up the production of SMRs in the 2040s, we could be very glad that we have this additional kind of energy source to help us with what will at that point be the most difficult to decarbonize sectors.
Thank you very much, Eric Ingersoll, Lucid Catalyst. It's been fascinating to listen to you. And we have many more questions. We'll have to get back to those. So thank you very much. And now we're going to take a quick break. Be back in 6 minutes or 7 minutes for the final talks of the day. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody, to the last section of today's conference. So we just talked a little bit about the potential barrier to deployment of SMRs and the some of the benefits that are inherent in the design of these reactors in terms of the modularity being obstructed by regulation. So I'm now glad to welcome Anna Bradford. She is with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the United States and also chair of the IAEA's Regulators Forum. So Anna, are you with us? Yes, I can see you on my screen.
Hello, thank you.
So welcome, Anna, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen here. Okay. Can you see my presentation? Can you please confirm?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So, as mentioned, my name is Anna Bradford. I'm the Division Director for the Division of New and Renewed Licenses at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So that is my day job. My other role is that I am the chair of the SMR Regulators Forum at the IAEA. So in my job at the US NRC, my division is responsible for regulating the licensing of small modular reactors. You may have seen in the press that we recently completed our technical review of the NuScale small modular reactor. And at the moment, we are reviewing reports related to the BWRX 300 small modular reactor and the Holtec small modular reactor. So again, that's the US NRC. My presentation today focuses on the activities of the SMR Regulators Forum. So the forum, it's based at IAEA. It is not actually a part of IAEA. IAEA supports us. We're very grateful to the support that they provide us as kind of the secretariat of this organization. And why did the SMR Regulators Forum begin? Well, so the idea was first raised at an international project on innovative nuclear reactors and fuel cycles called IMPRO. They had a forum on small modular reactors in Vienna in 2013. And at the time, so this was 7-8 years ago now, there were a lot of SMRs being designed and proposed in multiple countries. In the US at the time, there were 4 designers for SMRs that were making progress. There was NuScale, Holtec, Westinghouse at the time was designing a small modular reactor, and there was another vendor called mPower. So at the NRC, we were looking at, or dealing with, I should say, vendors for 4 different SMR designs, but there were, as you've heard this morning, SMR designs across the world being designed in different countries. And so when NPRO brought together a large group of people to talk about SMRs in general in 2013, some of the regulators that were present at that meeting thought it would be helpful if there was a forum for the regulators themselves to talk about these issues, things related to SMRs that we would be faced with as they start to come before the regulators for approval. And so a significant number of regulators said, yes, this would be helpful given the SMR activities going on in our countries. And so the forum right now is a regulator to regulator group. So it's regulators and TSOs. We have 9 participating countries. You can see here on the slide, Canada, China, Finland, France, South Korea, Russia, Saudi Arabia, the UK, and the United States. We often have other countries inquiring about joining or about perhaps being observers. Sometimes other countries come and observe our meetings. And logistically, we meet twice a year. We usually, up till now, we've always met in Vienna. We've thought about moving it around to locations of the different members. We are actually going to meet in Finland last year, but because of the coronavirus, we were not able to. We hope to do that in the future. And the group itself consists of a steering committee. Each member country has a representative on the steering committee, and then there's a chair and co-chair. Like I mentioned, I'm the chair. IAEA performs the secretariat function. And then we have 3 working groups. We're not required to have 3 working groups. We just thought that was the best way to organize ourselves, and we've stuck with that organization in the years that the forum has been together. So what are the forum objectives? So we put together terms of reference at the beginning of the forum, which started back in about 2015. And the goal is to share regulatory experience among the members. We want to facilitate efficient and thorough regulatory decisions by the regulators that are the members. We want to encourage enhanced nuclear safety across the globe, just like IEEA does, and just like any regulator of nuclear power would like to do. We also want to facilitate international cooperation among regulators performing SMR-related assessments. We've heard this morning the idea of SMR designs being licensed in more than one country. And so, of course, we want to have that international communication channels open so that the regulators can discuss those designs with each other. We also wanted to identify and discuss common safety issues. Even if different regulators are looking at different designs, they might have the same challenges. For example, maybe they do not have a containment, or maybe they want to use a smaller emergency planning zone size. And how can we address those in a consistent way? And can we come up with common approaches that all the regulators in the forum believe are appropriate? And then we also want to advise the IEEA if we see a need to revise their guidance documents. For example, if some of their documents had a gap which did not really apply to small modular reactors as opposed to large light water reactors, we hope to identify those and let the IEEA know so they can take that under advisement and decide whether to revise their documents. So outcomes that we shoot for in the regulators forum. One is position statements on regulatory issues. These are policy issues, these are technical issues. In a slide or two, I'll give you some examples of common positions that the SMR Regulators Forum has issued so that you can see the types of things that we're putting out. As I mentioned, sometimes we make suggestions for IEEA documents, either new documents or revising existing documents. We certainly do very well at generation and sharing information that regulators may enhance their regulatory framework. And here, this is not just the regulators that are the members that are participating in the meetings, but we also issue our documents publicly. They're on the IEEA website so that regulators from other countries that maybe are not participants of the forum can see those documents, or designers, if they're interested in seeing what the common positions of the regulators are, can go and look at those. So we try to make that information as public as possible. We also want to understand and describe regulatory challenges that we might all be facing. And then high-level issues that could be raised to international codes and standards organizations. So here, for example, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers their code is relied on very heavily by designers in the United States. And are there issues that the ASME, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, needs to address in their codes so that vendors can rely on those in the future? So how does the forum actually work? As I mentioned, we have a steering committee. We also have the 3 working groups. The working groups decide which issues they want to collaborate on with input from the steering committee. In reality, what this consists of is us meeting and having a conversation about what challenges are on the plates of the regulators in the forum that we would like the group to focus on and maybe come to common positions for, which we can then rely on in the future. So once we come up with some possible subjects, we assess the approaches that are already in place in member countries. Maybe one country is not sure what to do about an issue, but another country has already addressed that issue and believes they have a path forward. So the working groups will discuss what already exists and can be leveraged or built upon. And then, as I mentioned, we produce issue-specific reports, and those have common positions. So the first phase of the forum, I think I mentioned it started in 2015. It went until 2017. The topics of those working groups at the time were graded approach, defense in depth, and emergency planning zone. And as I mentioned, these reports are available on our website if you would like to see those. Those are the final reports of those working groups. At the end of that pilot phase, the end of that 2.5 or 3 years, the members decided this is a helpful group. We want to continue this group. And so we moved into the second phase of the forum, which went from May 2017 to just this past December. We took a look at the beginning of the second phase of the topics that the working groups were focused on, and we decided it was time to move on some other topics. So for the second phase, the topics were licensing issues, design and safety analysis, and manufacturing, construction, commissioning, and operations. Now, interim reports have been issued on the website for each of these working groups. We're going to be issuing some more interim reports a little bit later this year, and then we will issue the final reports even later this year. So this slide shows you, I mentioned I would show you some examples of common positions. These are the type of things that are in the reports that I mentioned. So these talk about, and I picked these out from a couple different reports. So these are not from one report. This scans across or spans across several different reports. But it talks about, for example, there's clear recognition that SMRs are smaller, but the hazards still require a disciplined application of a set of safety and controls. And I mentioned this one because it was very interesting at the beginning of the Regulators Forum back in 2013, 2014, when we were forming. The question at the time was on the table was, do small modular reactors, are they the same as nuclear power plants? They're very different in design and in their safety controls and in their nuclear inventory. So are they nuclear power plants? That was a genuine question being asked at the time. And I think the unanimous conclusion was yes, they are nuclear power plants. They still require the same amount of I'll say at least discipline in regulating them to make sure that they will still be protective of public health and safety. So you can see there's a common position on here about defense in depth. The third bullet there talks about factory fueled and sealed transportable reactors. We heard some talk this morning about reactors being produced in a factory. So the regulators, so let me back up. There's a distinction between, as we've heard, a reactor that's being built on a site. You built it piece by piece, and then you load the fuel, and then you close up the containment, and then you start up the reactor. And then there's a whole other approach where you build the entire small reactor in a factory, including putting in the fuel and closing up the containment and sealing it, and then you ship the entire thing to the site where it's going to be used. Well, that could be a challenge for the regulator just because that's not the model we're used to. So if the entire reactor is being constructed at a factory, for example, does the regulator need to have inspectors at that factory? I mean, I think the answer is yes, we should, but that's a new approach that we need to think about and figure out how we're going to apply our regulatory frameworks to those. And then the last bullet talks about the need to instill an appropriate nuclear safety culture among all the suppliers, because like I mentioned again, if the reactor is built at a factory, those factory workers need to have the safety culture, not just the reactor operators at the end of the manufacturing supply chain. So just there's many, many more common positions. If you look at our reports, these are just some that I pulled out as examples. So phase 3, we're just starting phase 3 now. The topics for our working groups, for the licensing working group, they're going to be looking at mutual recognition of regulators' assessments and collaboration. We heard some mentioned earlier today. Sorry, I know I just realized I keep saying this morning, but I guess for some of us just earlier today, about it being challenging if each country has its own regulatory requirements and a designer is trying to market their design in many different countries, and each country requires different things, and then maybe the design has to be changed, and that costs money. So what can we do about mutual recognition of each other's assessments as regulators? They're also going to take a look at identification of legal constraints and organizational capabilities. And then the design and safety assessment working group will be looking at security by design. This is a very big issue with small modular reactors. As you can imagine, if you think of a large light water reactor, they might have tens or maybe hundreds of guards. But if you have a small modular reactor that has a much smaller footprint, what is the appropriate security posture for the operator to have. And that's a question that regulators have been thinking about, as well as safeguards by design and containment confinement. The containment confinement issue has to do with some designs would say they don't need a typical containment. You know, the large reinforced building isn't necessary because the fuel itself maybe could never melt down because of the way it's designed and therefore can't lead to a release. So why do you need the containment or confinement? So it's just another ongoing conversation. And then the Maintenance, Construction, Commissioning, and Operation Working Group will be talking about the regulatory oversight of long lead structure systems and components procurement. Again, that can be a challenge for the regulator. And organizational stakeholders capabilities. Again, how do you make sure that everyone along the entire line, the supply line, is really capable of doing nuclear grade construction and operation? So that was the SMR Regulators Forum specifically. I wanted to just mention that the IEEA is doing a lot of other work on SMR safety requirements. They're looking at their own documents to see if there are gaps with respect to SMRs. These are some of the activities. You can see those here on the screen. And the next item I wanted to mention is the IEEA is also compiling experience of member states who have already gone through the process of licensing SMRs, or at least have done a lot of work preparing to license SMRs, and they'll be documenting that in a document that they will be issuing publicly. So just in summary, there is a lot of work, excuse me, a lot of activity worldwide related to SMRs, you know, in each country, at the IEEA, at the NEA in Paris, just a lot of organizations worldwide. And I think all the members of the Regulators Forum would say that the forum has been a very useful and productive group for exchanging information among regulators. The information produced by the forum has been helpful to the members of the forum, other regulators, industry, as I've mentioned. And we are really looking forward to continue our work for the purpose of enhancing safety, security, and efficiency in SMR regulation. And here I just wanted to put up the SMR Regulator Forum webpage. You can see, if you could scroll down here, you would see the links to all of the reports that we've issued. And I encourage you to go look at those if you're interested in the common positions of the members. And that is it for my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, thanks, Anna. That's you raised a lot of a lot of the questions that have been talked about before. Earlier this afternoon, where I'm standing, and this morning for you, in your presentation. So, starting at the broad level, coming back to some of the things that you mentioned, what would you say are the sort of main barriers in terms of licensing and regulation related to SMRs that you address in your work?
So sorry, I'm sitting here thinking I have my NRC hat on, but I also have my SMR Regulators Forum hat on, and I'm not sure those are the same answer, but at least for the SMR Regulators Forum, I think that one big challenge right now is the different requirements in the different countries. And the fact that, not that that's a particular technical challenge, but it can be a challenge to getting a wide dissemination to one design when, like I said, if they have to go to each country and change their design and that takes time and money, that can be quite a hurdle. If I was answering for the US Nuclear Regulatory Commission, I think I would say one significant challenge would be just the fact that we have decades of experience with large light water reactors. And now looking at small modular reactors, which can be very different, it can be quite a mindset change, not just for the regulator, but for the industry, for the stakeholders, for the vendors and the constructors. It just, again, it can be overcome, but it's also a little bit of a challenge.
So in terms of those differences between the countries that you mentioned, so what are the prospects of overcoming those? Is it realistic that we could solve those issues, or is that going to be a barrier that's going to be with us for a long time, do you think?
I think it will take baby steps. And again, this is my opinion. I don't think, that is a very large leap to go to worldwide harmonization of regulations in all countries. And nuclear power, every country has its own sovereign responsibilities to their own citizens, and they don't necessarily want to turn that over to another country's decision that this reactor design is safe. They want to have their own conclusions that, yes, this design is safe for my country, for my people. This is what I want to do here locally. So that can be a challenge. I think that the baby steps I mentioned are being taken. For example, the US NRC is working with Canada actually under a memorandum of cooperation to look at some SMR designs together to see what we can learn and see if it is possible to issue one report for the design from both regulators. So I think there are movements that way. I just don't think it's certainly not going to be done overnight.
So, if you look at an industry like aviation, you could argue that it's a similar situation where each country needs to rest assured or be certain that what they allow to fly into their airspace is safe, and they can tell their citizens that it's safe to fly with whatever airline is trafficking in their airport. Couldn't you reach a similar situation with SMRs? Or is it such a different technology?
I think there are additional hurdles there. And again, this is my opinion. One is, in general, the public is supportive of air travel. That's not a controversial thing. Nuclear power is controversial, and some members of the public are not supportive. And so that just makes it more difficult sometimes for a particular country to move forward with nuclear and to just say, oh, we're going to take this design that's been improved by another regulator and construct that here in our country. It's sometimes a little harder to convince the citizens of that, especially because the impacts if something goes wrong could be much larger for a nuclear reactor than for the airline industry. So I think those are two kind of I'll almost say philosophical issues that present hurdles for drawing those parallels.
So I don't know if you had the opportunity to listen to Eric Ingersoll just before you, but when he sort of outlines this sort of shipyard metaphor for SMRs, do you think that what you're saying and sort of your what you see in your work in terms of how difficult this will be, is this really a realistic pathway to look at those sort of mass-produced reactors, or will we still have to look at ways to produce them more locally, or at least have specific designs that are approved by each country?
I think the mass-produced reactors, I think that's being explored by many different designers and countries, and I think that is possible. I don't think there's any more of a hurdle there than with the other SMR designs. They've been discussed for many years, that approach of generating nuclear power or heat or whatever it may be. So I do think that is possible.
And then coming back to your work in this regulatory, the forum that you chair, there are 9 countries, but certainly there are many countries that are not in that forum. So to what extent do you sort of promote your work, and how can a country like, say, Sweden, for example, join or benefit from the work that you do?
So to benefit from the work we can do, I think that would be the reports that we've issued that are on the website for anybody to use. We've also, some countries have come in as observers to see our meetings, see the conversations, hear how that goes. We've, at least at the beginning of the forum, tried to keep it to, I'll say, mature regulators. The membership was actually a little bit different back at the beginning than it is right now, but we were trying to keep it at mature regulators as opposed to embarking countries, because the idea was to share information about those that are already dealing with SMRs now, as opposed to those that were trying to stand up a regulatory program. But for those countries or regulators that are interested in joining, I encourage you to reach out to the IAEA. Our contact right now, his name is Miguel Santini, and he knows all the information about how to join and the requirements and all of that. So I would certainly encourage that.
And then my final question, do you see that as a regulator, do you need to have new or additional competences in-house, or at least associated with your work, relating to SMRs than, say, we've had in the past when working with large-scale conventional technologies?
I think, as I mentioned, there's a mindset change there that maybe you still need, I don't know, a mechanical engineer, but that mechanical engineer needs to think about the reactor a little bit differently. As far as the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission goes, we've had to spend a little bit of time getting our staff up to speed on non-light water cooled reactors, because in the US we've been focused on light water reactors for the last 40, 50 years. There's been some very small projects, I'd say, on non-light water cooled, but that hasn't been the NRC's focus. So for us, in terms of competencies, we've really had to come up to speed on things like sodium cooled reactors and molten salt reactors.
Anna Bradford, thank you very much for taking time and joining us this morning for you, this afternoon for us. And good luck with your future work, and hope that you can get to see Finland shortly.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Right. Okay, so now we're shifting from a regulatory perspective to, I guess, the other end of the scale, if you wish. I'm going to welcome Dom Claudio. Do we have you with us, Dom?
You do. Is my audio okay?
Very good. Dom Claudio from NuScale Power. The floor is yours.
Can you? Thank you so much, Magnus. Can you see my screen, and is my audio coming through well?
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you. Thank you. We can see you.
Well, thanks. So again, appreciate the opportunity to speak before this forum today. We'll talk a little bit about NuScale, the technology, where we are in regulatory space and commercialization space. But first, just a word of what problem are we trying to solve? I think whenever you're looking at a new technology. So providing this background, if you will, I think is important to understand the global view of what nuclear energy can provide, and SMRs in particular. So the reality as we stand today is that over 1 billion people globally live without any access to electricity. By 2025, it's estimated that half of the world's population will be living in a water-stressed area. Presently, over 1 billion metric tons of food is lost or wasted each year for lack of cooling. And all of this is within the backdrop of global warming, CO2 emissions, air pollutions, and that's been very well documented and discussed. So what is NuScale's mission? What are we trying to accomplish? What we're trying to do and what we are doing is providing a scalable, advanced nuclear technology for the production of electricity, heat, clean water to improve the quality of life for people on a global scale. So how are we doing that? So our 4 pillars are that it's smarter, cleaner, safer, and cost competitive. What we mean by smarter is that it has a flexible design. It can support a number of applications. It integrates very well with renewable resources, solar and wind, can provide highly reliable power to mission-critical facilities like hospitals, things of that nature. And it can serve also as a clean baseload. By cleaner, what we're talking about is that it is 100% carbon-free. It's as clean as wind and solar, but in a much smaller footprint. What do we mean by safer? Well, should it become necessary for the NuScale SMR to shut down, it can self-cool for an indefinite period of time with no operator action, no external water, and no AC or DC power. And from a cost competitive point of view, and this topic has been touched on in previous discussions, it's much less complex than a typical nuclear power plant. Offsite fabrication of the modules being done in parallel to the civil works in the field allow the plant to be built in roughly half the time because you're doing 2 things in parallel rather than in series. And again, what you're looking at then is an installation process, and we'll talk a little bit about that as the modules get brought to site. So a little bit about NuScale, just to step back a little bit from a point of background. NuScale was formed in 2007 for the purpose of completing the design and commercializing the small modular reactor, specifically the NuScale Power Module. The initial concept was developed and tested, has been developed and tested since 2000 as part of a Department of Energy program the multi-application small light water reaction program. And this is where a lot of the fundamental principles were identified and tested and demonstrated, specifically when we talk about passive cooling and natural circulation. In 2011, a very important milestone was Fluor, a global engineering and construction company, became a lead investor in NuScale in 2011. And that did two things. One, obviously, it provided significant funding to allow us to continue to demonstrate our technology for the regulator and proof of principles and things of that nature. But also from a commercialization standpoint, Fluor has been instrumental in reviewing our design from a constructability point of view. So we're at a point now as we start construction projects, if you will, where we have a fairly high level of confidence that what we've designed can be built both in the factory and in the field. In 2013, another significant milestone, and that is that NuScale won a competitive DOE funding award from which over $300 million has been made available to NuScale to advance its design and again to demonstrate the technology. To date, NuScale has developed over 530 patents in nearly 20 countries. We have over 400 employees in 5 offices in the United States and 1 in the UK. And as Anna mentioned earlier, in August of 2020, NuScale's design was approved by the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which is a significant milestone and a daunting task, if you will. And we'll talk a little bit about that. To date, the total investment in NuScale has been greater than $1 billion US. So a little bit about the technology and how it works. This is at the heart of the power plant is the NuScale power module. It's an integrated package which includes the reactor vessel, the steam generator, the pressurizer, and the containment vessel. Again, an integral package that is factory built. Each module is capable of producing 77 megawatts electric or 250 megawatts thermal, small enough again to be built in a factory, and each module has its dedicated power conversion system. So one module, 250 megawatts thermal, hooked up to one turbine generator producing 77 megawatts. And that has significant benefits when we speak of flexibility, scalability, being able to load follow. Again, we'll talk about that in a bit. Our flagship design is can house up to 12 modules or up to 924 megawatts gross electric output. But again, because of the scalability, smaller number of modules, smaller reactor building, 4 module designs and 6 module designs for 300 and 462 megawatts electric are also being developed, designed, and are available. So this is a picture of what you might see as a typical nuclear power plant. You have the reactor vessel, you have a pressurizer as a separate component, you have a steam generator again as a separate component, piping, reactor coolant pumps. And so what we've essentially done is remove all of these and replaced it with that integral package we talked about. Okay, so the containment vessel is on the outside. The pressurizer is integral to the module. Steam generators are integral to the module. Reactor pressure vessel, the reactor core. Just to clarify a point, this design it requires that the fissile material be installed, the reactor core be installed at site. It's not installed at the site. So to the extent that this is a vessel without any active nuclear components in it, it's then shipped to site and then fueled at the site. But this module stands about 25 meters high and about 7 meters wide in diameter. So we talked about the fact that each module is aligned to its own turbine generator. Again, I'm not going to get into the details of this, but this is a schematic that shows that relationship between the module and the turbine generator. The turbine generators themselves are commercial grade, so that's an advantage from the standpoint of allowing a broader range of participants from the supply chain point of view. Again, we're looking at 250 megawatts thermal, 77 megawatts electric, much more available. Also, to the extent that I think Eric earlier spoke about the challenges associated with constructing a nuclear power plant in the field. The turbine generator building is not nuclear grade, it's commercial grade. And so that reduces the on-site risk and the things that have to be done on site when building the plant itself. So we talked about the module. This is a cutaway of a 12-bay building. You see 6 modules on the far side, essentially, and there'll be 6 modules on the near side. The entire building, all of the modules are submerged within the building by 6.5 million gallons of water in this particular case. The refueling comes in from the left. As you can see, there's actually a module in the crib that's coming into the space. Spent fuel pool is also within that construct. This is the building itself is below grade. It's aircraft resistant, and again, this design has been reviewed and approved and demonstrated to the regulator. So we have the module going into the building. The building down in the right-hand corner sits in the middle of the plant, if you will. What you see on either side of that 12-bay building are 2 turbine generator buildings. Each turbine generator building houses 6 turbine generators in this particular construct. Again, what this provides, again, from a safety standpoint, no operator controller action required in the event that it needs to be shut down. No external AC or DC power, and no additional water. The amount of water that's in the building itself, in which the modules are submerged, is sufficient to allow the reactors to be cooled down indefinitely. The other point that I think was raised earlier was location, and we could talk about this some more from the standpoint that the emergency planning zone, it's been demonstrated, extends only to the site boundary. Typical gigawatt size plant has an emergency planning zone of 10 miles. So to the extent that you may want to replace a coal-fired plant at the same location, taking advantage of transmission lines, switch gear, and whatever assets may be reusable at that site, this construct will allow that to happen if the town, let's say, has built around the coal-fired plant and allows an emergency planning zone that's, again, at the site boundary. Just a word about the thoughts along coal replacement. We have done a fair amount of studies to evaluate the applicability of this design in replacing coal-fired plants, and we're pleased with the results that we've seen. We understand and appreciate that coal plants in many communities may be one of the larger employers, and so to the extent that we can reutilize many of those same employees to operate this plant is very likely. And the reason we say that is once you produce the steam and you go into the secondary part, the balance of plant, it looks very familiar to what you would find in a coal-fired plant. You're turning steam into electricity. The source of the steam in this particular case is nuclear, and a coal-fired plant is coal, but the steam itself and everything that's associated with the utilization and the conversion of steam to electric energy is similar. And again, many of those same employees or skill sets are applicable in this construct. So again, 12 modules is our flagship, but because of the scalability, you can reduce that to 4 or 6 modules. So just to sort of summarize a bit, looking at the numbers here from 1 through 5, factory fabrication, we have agreements with BWXT in Ontario, Cambridge, Ontario, and Doosan in South Korea to help us in the fabrication of these modules. I would add that Doosan is an investor in NuScale, and we're pleased to have them on board. The module itself, going to point number 2, is integral. It includes a containment and a reactor vessel. It can be shipped by truck, rail, or barge in as little as 3 pieces, depending on the location that it may ultimately go to. If it's near a large body of water, as an example, gets installed into the plant, which I think is, again, is a difference relative to what has traditionally been done with nuclear power plants, where you're doing that nuclear work, if you will, and construction in the field. Here, that nuclear work is being done in a factory where, in a much more controlled environment, with experienced fabricators in the nuclear industry having that culture, and then shipped to the site. And essentially what you're looking at is an installation process where those modules are put into the containment building. So what can you do with the output coming from a NuScale SMR? You know, we've talked about the fact that you can operate an oil refinery. We've done studies where we can demonstrate and show that it can support hydrogen production. It can be used as a source of energy to provide desalination. It can integrate very well with wind. And again, regarding mission critical facilities, because of the, in this case, let's say 12 modules, 12 independent shafts, 12 turbine generators, the reliability factor is very significant, is very high. We've shown 4 nines to 5 nines as far as reliability. So when you're dealing with a data center, a hospital, things of that nature, the multiple shafts and what that provides you from a reliability standpoint is very significant. So a little bit about load following and integration with renewables. So there are 3 basic tools that allow this plant to load follow. And for reading from left to right, there's a turbine bypass. Again, because the turbine generator is relatively small, you can do 100% turbine steam bypass of the turbine without tripping the turbine or tripping the plant. So that's a feature that, because of the size of the plant, is available to those that wish to integrate an SMR with available wind, solar, other intermittent sources of energy. If you could predict that the generation of other sources, let's say, was beyond an hour or up to a week, down powering the modules is another alternative, using the control rod drives as a mechanism to raise and lower the rods in such a way to modulate the power of each individual module. And then shutting down a module is also an option if you know that you may not need the power for a week, and being able to come back in a relatively short amount of time is an option. Again, taking advantage of the multiple shafts that this plant design provides. So speaking of commercialization, this is the mountain that we've been climbing, and it is a significant mountain. Starting at the bottom, we spoke about the DOE program that started in 2000. We are approaching the peak. We have received the NRC design approval. We'll be ordering forgings here within the next couple of years, next several months actually, working toward fabricating the power modules themselves. From a availability standpoint, we are on path to produce modules and make modules available for a plant as early as 2027. At this point, we're supporting a specific project, and we'll talk about that in a second. But this is just a pictorial representation of what we've already discussed to a large degree. So a little bit about the licensing process and the licensing application process as it relates to the US NRC. NuScale developed its design certification application. That was completed in December of 2016. It was submitted and docketed by the US NRC in March of 2017. And that design was ultimately approved in September of 2020. So 2.5 years of work went into evaluating the application. The application itself was over 12,000 pages. It included 14 topical reports, over 2 million man-hours of work, 800 people, 50 suppliers and partners, and a cost of over $500 million. And so when we talk about the challenges in licensing and we talk about investment, that last bullet is equally important from the standpoint of raising sufficient funds to be able to fund and finance this effort. It's not insignificant, and it can be very challenging, and sometimes could negatively affect the schedule of ultimately completing the licensing process. So a little bit about cost. That's always a topic of discussion. So for the purposes of this evaluation, we're again using just a standard 12 module plant. As I mentioned earlier, our lead investor is Fluor. They've been an active participant in development of the design, and they've been an active participant in helping us provide and develop Class 4 estimates as far as the construction of the plant. So this particular scenario, if you will, adheres to a AACE Class 4 estimate from the standpoint of the rigor that's involved in developing this estimate. Includes over 14,000 lines of equipment, material, information that's used to price this particular plant. Just to clarify, the basis of this plant uses generic Southeast US site. So what's included in there is the labor, productivity rates, supply chain that's available to that region. Fluor has the capabilities to modify this estimate to virtually any region in the world based on the variables that are associated with that region. And so that's the labor costs and productivity rates came from Fluor. As far as the module itself, that's based on a Class 3 estimate. That's a little bit more mature. We understand that we've developed that more completely. We have a manufacturing bill of material. We evaluated welding processes and machining and non-destructive testing processes as part of that. We've identified transportation costs again to the southeastern site, and again, $2,850 per kW is a fairly competitive number when looking at alternatives and looking at integrating this from a reliability standpoint. So just a word about our first contract. It's with the Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems. This is a project-oriented organization. It is scheduled to deploy at the Idaho National Lab site in Idaho, and there's a map there on the left to give a bit of a scale. It will be replacing actually the generation from the NuScale SMR. It will be replacing some portion of the existing and soon to be retired coal generation in the region. So although this is at an INL site, at a national lab site, and not directly at a coal-fired station, the ability to replace some coal generation in the region is what's driving this project, and will drive other projects. We've seen an increase interest in nuclear from those that have coal plants that are subject to retirement because of carbon legislation, and so increasingly the market is looking for alternatives, both from a carbon-free point of view and a reliability point of view. So from an international standpoint, we're also seeing a fair amount of interest. It was mentioned earlier that we're working with the CNSC, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. We've actually made two submittals. The second submittal completed in December of 2020, and that we were also audited by the CNSC at that time. What was mentioned earlier, another word on the Memorandum of Cooperation between the CNSC and the US NRC, an example of where that cooperation can have merit. As I think was mentioned earlier, Canada is very familiar with CANDU technologies, and they have very little experience when it comes to light water technologies and the fuel that's used in a light water nuclear power plant and the coolant itself. So there's a tremendous amount of data at the disposal of the US NRC when it comes to light water, pressurized water reactor fuel, its characteristics, how it operates, and all the things that a safety regulator would be interested in. As a result of the Memorandum of Cooperation, and NuScale has been identified, and the NuScale technology has been identified as an opportunity where an exchange of information can occur. The US NRC is supporting the CNSC in the evaluation and providing the data to the CNSC to evaluate the fuel. And again, to the point that Adam made, CNSC very much feels the responsibility of their sovereign responsibility to protect the safety of the Canadians, and they want to review it, but they don't need to necessarily start from square one, taking advantage of the data that's been created, and evaluating that data certainly helps the process from the standpoint of efficiency, if you will, and not trying to recreate something that may already exist. Additionally, we're working with in the UK. We have MOUs in Romania, Czech Republic, Jordan, and a number of other locations globally, many of which are under NDA protection at this point. So from our point of view, the future is here. What you see at the bottom is our simulator in Corvallis, replicating what you would essentially find in a control room. And again, this is something we've demonstrated to the US NRC. And at the top right is our test facility at Oregon State University, where we've demonstrated the technology and building upon that information to start the construction process in the US. So I think I'll stop there. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Don. Super interesting, of course, and I have quite a few questions, and I also see quite a few questions in the Q&A there. Some of them quite technical, so I encourage you to perhaps take a look at them also afterwards. One, you mentioned this $2,850 per kilowatt. I think that's the number that many people look at, and some, like myself, might be more familiar with the levelized cost of electricity. I've seen you also made some forecasts on that number. Can you give us at least a ballpark figure what you expect in terms of the cost of electricity in the nth of a kind reactor of this type?
Sure. From an nth of a kind point of view, what we're targeting is $65 per megawatt hour or less. In the UAMPS project, there's some risk sharing that because of the first of a kind nature that the DOE is supporting, and that's bringing that price down to roughly $55 per megawatt.
And coming back to what we talked about before, do you recognize the thinking that Eric Ingersoll outlined, whether you have sort of an approach where you build a basically manufacturing process already from the start and aiming for that $65? Is that dependent on producing loads of these reactors at the same time, or can you sort of progress?
So yeah, so the advantages that are available from nth of a kind, anything, are significant. They're well documented. A lot of studies have been done on them. From a power module point of view, we get there pretty quickly when you consider that the first plant has 12 modules. So being able to replicate those modules within even one plant, and I think you get if I recall correctly, you get a significant amount of the NOAK benefits after about the 8th iteration. So if we're putting 12 in, we're well on our way. As far as the plant and construction, again, that's on a per plant basis. Our approach, in working with BWXT and Doosan was really to be incremental in that sense. We wanted to team with organizations that were familiar in building pressure vessels, had a nuclear culture, had capacity and capabilities available. So that's our initial thrust. As we progress, as the market becomes more clear, and as we collectively look at what the demand may be, do we increase capacity at the existing locations? Do we create new capacity somewhere else? These are all questions that are before us, and I appreciate the points that Eric was making on that.
I guess that price of generated electricity is the flexibility performance that you mentioned, and we got a question also on that. Can you perhaps elaborate a little bit? How does this ability to follow load and manage frequency and so forth compare to, say, an open cycle gas turbine or combined cycle gas turbine, or even a coal plant?
Well, to a great extent, you're going to be limited from a minute-by-minute load following by the size of the turbine generator and the ability of the turbine generator to bypass steam. So that's not a nuclear question per se, but to the extent that you can modulate, and I have data on this that I can provide, the ramp rates are actually quite impressive in the ability to be able to load follow. So we can respond very well. And again, I have other data that I didn't bring with me today, if you will, that show the ability of the plant to load follow wind and solar very nicely.
Have you sort of incorporated assumptions around that when, again, coming, you know, to the $65 a megawatt hour? Is that including, you know, load following, or is that assuming, you know?
It's fairly, so yeah, so that's assuming a fairly stable load demand, you know, high level of capacity utilization. Certainly, you know, nuclear power plants, and this is no different, are fairly capital intensive relative to the fuel. So if you're not running it, let's say, and you're not using fuel, the impact on your cost is really quite minimal. Because the majority of your cost is on the capital side. So yeah, there when you're not running it, you're not benefiting from the revenue that may be available as a result.
Yeah, and that kind of brings me to another question that we touched on before. So there's the cost of capital, and how, at least in many places right now, in the conventional large-scale nuclear plants suffer from quite high cost of capital associated with a fairly high perceived, at least, risks, both political and construction risks and so forth. So do you see that your reactor technology can attract capital at a significantly lower cost? And what numbers have you kind of played with in your calculations in terms of capital cost?
Yeah, so in the United States, we have you know, municipal funding opportunities, and then there are independent funding investor opportunities. And so certainly those funding opportunities that may come from a municipal or government-owned entity are typically lower than you would find on the open market on the investor grade. And so my view is that that's probably true globally as well, to the extent that a government may wish. And if you look at typical constructs of power generation globally, most of them are national, from the standpoint that the federal government does play a significant role in managing and supporting electrical generation. So as we continue to progress and demonstrate our ability to execute projects effectively, and I think that's where we are now, I think the technology has been relatively accepted. What folks are interested in seeing is, okay, can you build a plant on time and on budget? And as we demonstrate that, governments will become more convinced that this is a reasonable risk, and that would affect the cost of capital. So
what does that mean in practice? You know, can you give us a number on the interest rate that that's gone into this $2,850?
So the capital cost on this, I'm reading from memory now, is probably in the 6% range, plus or minus.
And before I forget, we also got a question from Joran Hult from Fortum here. You know, what's included there? Do you include the turbine island in that number as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I want to just get back to the market that you see here, and also because we've got a question or two before in terms of nuclear deployment in Africa, and the applications, of course, are you know, the possibilities there are quite large, but the grid strength and so forth may limit you know, something like the plant size and so forth. Do you foresee sort of that's as a market opportunity for you, or is that, you know, way into the future, exporting to, say, Africa or other emerging and developing economies?
From a commercial standpoint, from an economic standpoint, I think it's very real and very near term. There are a lot of opportunities in Africa. Africa is very rich in ores and natural resources that can be extracted and benefit the population significantly, but for the want of reliable electricity. So I think that relationship very much exists. To the point about the grid and what the transmission may be able to handle, what we believe is the scalability of our plant may be able to support that. As an example, you know, could you put a 12-bay building on a site, but only put 2 modules or 4 modules and then grow into it as time goes on? That's certainly something that's available with this technology. We've seen a lot of interest from individual African countries, as well as regional African proponents interested in evaluating our SMR and trying to figure out how to incorporate that within their existing construct. One of the challenges, and I think Anna touched on it a little bit, has to do with from a licensing point of view. How do you stand up a regulator to be able to support something like this that really doesn't exist at this point to a great extent?
And do you see that as a sort of a make or break issue for NuScale and I guess SMRs more generally? Is it that, the mutual recognition of say regulations across countries?
I think there's a lot of interest and a fair amount of momentum. And again, Anna be the one to speak of this. Among the IAEA, I think the memorandum of cooperation between the US NRC and the CNSC is an example. That only happened a year ago or so. So I think there is a recognition among the regulators that there is an opportunity to really expand the use of nuclear energy globally if this issue can be addressed in one way, shape, or form.
Thank you very much, Dom. Thanks for joining us. And it's great to see also some actual practical examples of this happening in real life, so to speak. So good luck with future endeavors, and welcome back some other year. Thank you very much.
Yep. I'll look forward to seeing you in person. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great. Right, so now I'd like to welcome actually one of the brains behind this conference, Mr. Carl Berglöf of Sweden Energy. You can maybe come a bit closer, we can stay COVID safe here. So, and first of all, I'd actually like to thank you for putting together a great program. And I know that you haven't been alone. We have Eero Vesaoja of Fortum also, I think, who've been working on this program. And I congratulate you on this.
Thank you.
So, what do you, as kind of an organizer, what do you take away from first day here?
Well, first of all, it's been an inspiring day. When I started in this field 15 years ago, everyone was talking about the nuclear renaissance, but for various reasons, it didn't happen at that time. But now I really get the feeling that things are moving ahead, and this might be the renaissance of the renaissance, so to speak. For instance, I mean, we heard from China that they will have SMR electricity online on the grid next year, and SMR heat produced in 2024, and advanced SMR technology that are producing electricity in the year 2026. So this morning when I woke up, I knew that the coming 10 years will be fascinating, but now I know that already the coming 5 years will be very, very interesting.
And how do you see the Nordic energy industry is working with this type of technologies?
Yeah, we have a few interesting topics moving ahead also in the Nordic, as we will see tomorrow. So I will not spend many minutes here to talk about that, but we have a great mind also here that will contribute to this development. But I think another thing is the conversation. I mean, the technology itself is not enough to have just the technology there. It was pointed out by Dr. Gina Strati from Canada that we also need a conversation. And there I think we can bring some experience from Sweden. For instance, we have the final repository in Sweden that was accepted for one municipality in Sweden, Östhammar, accepted to host this facility in the future. And this was a result of a very long conversation in the society. It doesn't work with a top-down conversation. You need to have the conversation within the society. And there I think we from Sweden can bring some experience to other countries. But what really blew my mind was what happens when you put different components of the system together. Like if you put an SMR together with an electrolyzer, you find that you can actually put some waste heat from the electrolyzer back to the SMR and increase the overall efficiency. And what happens when you put an SMR to a biomass facility, you can increase the amount of liquid biofuel. And this kind of insights will create new business opportunities, I think. And that will also push this technology forward.
So what's your sort of forecast or guess, or will SMRs radically change how we look upon nuclear technology specifically, and perhaps the energy system more generally in say 10, 15 years time from now?
Yeah, given the needs we see regarding climate change and so on, and also the new products and services that may be provided by SMR, I think there's a great opportunity for exactly this to happen, also here in the Nordic countries.
But what about the safety issues? We haven't talked so much about the difference in safety characteristics between some of these SMR technologies and conventional nuclear technology. Is there a significant difference there you see?
Yes, in the sense that is maintaining a high level of safety will be easier with an SMR, and that's maybe why.
Why is that?
Yes, because it's a smaller system. You have a smaller heat, the amount of heat to take care of in an emergency situation. You can have more flexible and passive safety system. But still, licensing and regulatory issues will still be a hurdle to overcome, of course. But when it comes to, for instance, verification of the manufacturing, is going to be a completely different thing when we talk about factory manufacturing of the reactors, instead of, as Eric Ingessow pointed out, the muddy field thing that we are doing today. So some parts will be easier, but still we have to overcome issues on harmonization of requirements and so on.
So a final word. You want to give us a teaser for what's on the plate for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, well, yeah. Just think of what you heard today. Apply to a more local setting, and that will detail a little bit more what we can, what we may see in the future here in the North.
And what time is it tomorrow?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I put you on the spot there. It's 8:30 Central European time, so don't miss it. And do you have anything more to add?
I'm happy.
Okay, then thank you very much to all of you for joining us today, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning, 8:30 sharp Central European time.